Call to order the City of Boynton Beach City Commission meeting today, Tuesday, June 15, 2021 at 4:16 p.m. May I please have a roll call?
Mayor Stephen B. Grant,
Present.
Vice Mayor Woodrow L. Hay,
Present.
Commissioner Justin Katz,
Here.
Commissioner Christina Romulus,
Present.
Commissioner Typhon Serga,
I believe he's on his way and is not currently present.
Okay. Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Moving, Shauna?
Good afternoon. This is a closed-door attorney-client session pursuant to Section 286.011, subsection 8 Florida statutes. It's regarding pending litigation in the case of Patrick McFadden versus the City of Boynton Beach and Mark Sohn. It is a United States District Court, Southern District of Florida case, and the case number is 920 CV 81237 RS. In attendance in the session will be City Attorney James Sharoff, Assistant City Attorney Gal Batesh, City Manager Lori Laveria, a court reporter, the Mayor, and City Commission. And the session will last approximately 45 minutes.
Thank you. Meeting's recessed.
Recording started.
Good evening. We will now reconvene the City of Boynton Beach City Commission meeting today at June 15, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. May I ask everyone to please rise for invocation led by Lori Durgan of the Unity of Delray, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Vice Mayor Hay.
Mayor Grant, the microphone is not working.
Mic button.
Loving Creator, with grateful hearts, we thank you for all the blessings of life, family, friends, health, hope, love, and peace. Help each one of us to remember that peace on earth begins in our own hearts, in our own homes, in our neighborhoods, our places of work, our schools, our streets, and in rooms, just like this one tonight. Peace begins right here. So we thank you, God, for your wisdom and strength, your blessing as you guide each one here tonight, those who lovingly serve our beautiful city. Help us, God, to remember that we are all your servants. Help us to always be mindful of the needs of others and to know how we can best help. For this and so much more, we say thank you, God. Amen.
Amen. Let us repeat the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now we move on to agenda approval. Any additions, deletions, or corrections to the agenda? Hearing none, I'd like to get a motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Second.
Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion passes unanimously. Informational items and disclosures by members of the City Commission. Commissioner Katz, would you like to begin?
Nothing to disclose at this time. Thank you.
Commissioner Romulus.
Mayor, I also have nothing to disclose. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Penserga.
Thank you, Mayor. Regarding item 11A, this is the economic incentives proposal that I'm bringing forward. I did speak briefly with Kelly Smallridge of the Business Development Board, as well as Harvey Oyer.
And Vice Mayor Hay?
No disclosures. I did participate with Feeding South Florida on this past Saturday and attended a meeting with the Coalition of Clergy along with the city offices of Boynton Beach. That's it.
As for myself, on June 3rd, I attended a meeting with the Taipei Economic and Cultural Office in Coral Gables, welcoming the new Director General. On June 5th, I met with Community Greening for the tree planting over in Barton Park. I also met with the Boynton Beach Garden Club for their community garden that they were handing out free plants to the community. On June 7th, I was very pleased of the city's progressive flag intersection that we have in the city of Boynton Beach. And that afternoon and evening, attended the Downtown Business Coalition on the CMIS 3. And if anyone has not been on the CMIS, I encourage everyone to go. On June 8th, I had a meeting with the TPA and our city staff in regards to the Boynton Beach Boulevard interchange and I-95 transportation improvement project. Basically, there was a design and outreach for having a buffered bike lane on the interchange. However, this is asking the cars to not hit the bikes because the buffer part won't be there when there's left turns or coming on and off the interchange. And so I'm trying to propose to FDOT to have a shared use path, which is a 12-foot sidewalk, or a wide sidewalk that it would be 8 feet and a 5-foot bike lane. This is in response to our populations that do not feel comfortable riding on a 40-mile-per-hour road and would rather be on the sidewalk. On the 12th, I attended the CRA's Rock the Block and went to a couple of the businesses, and it was packed, and so very excited. On June 13th, I met with the National Commander of the Korean War Veterans, and also met with the local Boy Scouts for Flag Day. On June 14th, I attended the Wastewater Treatment Board, and today I had meetings with representatives from Faith in Florida and St. John's Missionary Baptist Church. In addition, I was also at the BDB meeting with Commissioner Pensurga. It was discussion of what to do with office space. And so that is something that hopefully the CRA and the city can help encourage or incentivize developers to build office space so that we can have economic activity for our residents. Further on in that evening, I attended a meeting with the Freemasons. And earlier in that day, I met with our Congresswoman Lois Frankel. I believe that is it for me. Seeing no further informational items by members of the City Commission, I'm pleased to introduce our State Representative Amari Hardy to provide an update on the 2021 Florida legislative session. Whichever one you prefer. We got cameras all around.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor Hay, Council. Thank you guys so much. I do believe we have a PowerPoint up that I cannot see. Okay, I can see it there. So this legislative session was my first legislative session, and it was a learning experience for me. I think it was challenging for all of us involved. Everything was open in Florida except for the Capitol. It was very difficult for even journalists to get into the Capitol. for folks such as yourselves who represent folks locally to get into the Capitol and let us know what you think about some of the things that we're doing. And the silver lining in that, I'll say, is that it gave those of us who are new to the process an opportunity to learn the rudiments of our job, right? Typically during the session, you have folks coming around your office every 15 minutes. Meanwhile, over 200 bills pass out of the legislature and you hope that you get a chance to read them. That said, this was a very important legislative session. We were dealing with COVID, we were dealing with the economic, budgetary, and even the educational fallout from that. And of course, the health impact that it had to do with Floridians. And of course, you have your annual partisan stuff that happens throughout the legislative session. So let's get started. Let's first talk about the budget. If we can go to the next slide. This was an over $100 billion budget. And it's only that large because of the $10+ billion of Biden bucks that we got from the federal government. And, basically we were going into the session thinking that this was going to be a really difficult time, especially in the healthcare spending silo. But because of the dollars that came from the American Rescue Plan, no one's ox was gored except for the Sadowski Trust Fund for Affordable Housing. That's the ox that gets gored every single year. For those of you who are not familiar with it, back in the 1990s, there was a wonderful guy named Bill Sadowski who came up with an idea that when you buy a piece of property, you should get a doc stamp, and that when you pay for that doc stamp, we're going to put that money into a trust fund, and that money is only to be used for affordable housing. Well, unfortunately, every year since 2003, the legislature has raided that trust fund. You unfortunately couldn't trust the legislature to fund affordable housing. And this year, the leadership of the House and the Senate came up with a brilliant idea. They said, well, we can't raid the trust fund if we limit the amount of money that goes into the trust fund to begin with. So they created a plan, and the original plan was to take that dollar, every dollar that goes into the trust fund, and to split it into thirds. A third would go to septic to sewer conversions, a third would go to sea level rise initiatives, funding local governments who are taking care of that. And then a third would go to affordable housing, essentially cutting the Affordable Housing Trust Fund by 2/3. We were able to negotiate that down to a 50% permanent cut in affordable housing funding, which is just tragic because, as you all know, and as I'm sure folks who are here know, South Florida is not necessarily known for the affordability of its housing. We have an affordable housing crisis in Florida, and lots of folks are struggling, and the legislature just hasn't seen fit to do right by that. But this budget, however bad it is on issues like affordable housing, it would not have been worse but for the dollars from the American Rescue Plan. If we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so committee assignments. So I served on a few committees. The first of which, and one of my favorites, was state affairs. Anything having to do with local governments, anything having to do with elections typically, or government generally, comes through state affairs. I was also on the two agriculture and water and environment committees. There's a money committee, the appropriations committee, and there's a policy committee. I was fortunate enough to serve on both of those. And I was also on insurance and banking. We heard a lot of bills come through there. Fantastic learning experience for us. And for those of us who live in South Florida, those environment and water committees with sea level rise and water infrastructure is really crucial. And we'll talk about that later. If we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so this was probably the most controversial piece of legislation to pass in this legislative session. And that was H-Bill 1, combating the public disorder. Now, obviously, after what we saw last summer and the death of George Floyd and the unrest that followed, Governor DeSantis responded by saying that he was going to have a piece of legislation that they were going to push through, and this is what that is. It creates significant liabilities for cities. It creates significant liabilities for your taxpayers, because if, for example, there were to be a protest and someone were to get violent, or if someone were to damage some property, you guys, the city, and your taxpayers would be on the hook for every dollar of damages plus that. And basically the business owner can sue you if they feel that you didn't respond strongly enough to the protest. It encourages your government to over respond to what are largely, and what have been largely in South Florida, peaceful protests. Of course, we had issues with this bill. We can go to the next slide. Yes, Senate Bill 90. We had an election last year because of COVID-19 that was largely conducted by mail. And it was a very smoothly run election. As a matter of fact, Governor Ron DeSantis said shortly after the election that we finally put the ghost of Bush v. Gore behind us. But as a result of some of the things that the former president has said, and as a result of the fervor that has taken hold on that side of the aisle, they decided to fix what wasn't broken, which is our election system in Florida. And so we passed this bill, basically made it very difficult for folks to vote by mail and costly for supervisors of elections to operate their elections when lots of folks are voting by mail. It limits the places that supervisors can place drop boxes, and it puts all these regulations on them without giving them the funding that they need to carry out the regulations of Senate Bill 90. It's very unfortunate, and I think it actually goes into effect immediately. So our supervisors of elections across the state are scrambling to implement this bill, including our own right now. Let's go to the next slide, please. Yes, 1028. This was an interesting piece of legislation. Look, no matter what you think about school choice, the school choice argument has typically been if you're a poor working class person and you cannot afford to send your child to private school, the pro-school choice folks say, well, the state should step in and give you money to send your child to a private school. This is a dramatic expansion of that. A lot of that money goes unused, but they saw fit to increase the funding for that anyway. And in addition to that, they increased the eligibility for that. So now this isn't just a program for working class folks. This is a program for folks who make over $100,000 a year. And it's going to draw significant funding away from our public schools, which was certainly a pretty controversial matter. If we can go to the next slide. So District 88 appropriations. This was my first year in the legislature. I'm a freshman. You don't go in there with much in the way of expectations, but only that you're going to do your best to do your job. We were able to get into the budget $1.28 million in appropriations. We worked hard for the Heart of Boynton appropriation. It did not make it into the budget, unfortunately. But we did get 1.28 in there, and 1 million of that survived the governor's veto pen. So it was an interesting experience. The budget process is a process unto itself. We'll go to the next slide, please. Local law enforcement agencies. So you look, I filed a few pieces of legislation. All the House members get 6. If you're a senator, you get unlimited numbers of bills to file. But if you're in the House and you're, you just get 6 pieces of legislation. So I filed, I like to liken them, if I can use a basketball analogy. Some of them were half-court shots. Some of them were contested three-pointers. Other of them were layup. I filed 2 bills on law enforcement and on criminal justice that I would call half-court shots. This one was modeled after a pilot program that was put in place by the Orlando Police Department. They're doing something very innovative whereby when someone calls 911, and the call is not for a criminal justice matter, but for a mental health matter. A mental health or social worker professional will respond to that call, that they will be the first responder because they are the person who has basically the skills to deal with a person experiencing a mental health crisis. And so that's basically what this bill was modeled on. That was certainly a half-court shot, went absolutely nowhere. We can go to the next slide. HB 1609. Was again another criminal justice bill. I had the habit of wearing masks during the session that memorialized victims of police violence. I've had the privilege of meeting the mother of the individual whose name is on that mask. His name is Sebastian Gregory. His mother is Amalia Villafane. Sebastian was 16 years old when he was shot 7 times in the back by a police officer. He took his life 3 years later. After living with the paralysis associated with that. And look, my uncle was a police officer. I support law enforcement officers. Their work is essential. Their work is essential to civilized society. At the same time, I believe in oversight, and that's what this bill was. Unfortunately, that didn't go anywhere either. Let's go to the next slide. Renewable energy sources. So this was a bill I filed with Senator Lori Berman, and this was, I'll call this a contested three-pointer. There were folks on the other side of the aisle filing very similar bills, and it's all based on the idea that actually would be very helpful for local governments, nonprofits, and schools. If you all, let's say that the city of Boynton Beach were to drastically increase its commitment to renewable energy and would want to place solar panels on your roof, and you were to go out and buy $1 million system. Well, if you were a for-profit entity and if you had a tax liability because you're a for-profit entity, you could get a tax credit of 26%. So you got $1 million system, $260,000 comes off the cost of that system because the tax credit dramatically lowers the cost and lowers, your electric bill, right? So, but what if you're a local government, you don't have a tax liability? Well, guess what? You don't get that tax credit. You have no ability to lower your cost whatsoever. And what they've done in other states, such as Arkansas, is that they have allowed local governments and nonprofits and small businesses to partner with third parties who will install that system for them. So that way, the third party, which has a tax liability, can avail themselves of that tax credit and lower the cost of that system. It's something that we felt we could do here in the state of Florida. Senator Lori Berman and I, who's a very reasonable senator. Unfortunately, this didn't go anywhere because there were some competing interests. And those competing interests, well, I don't know how to say what rhymes with FPL, but there are some folks who are not okay with the drastic expansion of renewable energy, but this is something that we're going to come back and do. And so let's go to the next slide. Okay, so let's talk about what did get accomplished. I did pass a bill, reached across the aisle with a Republican senator named Wayman Duggan, and he and I both have a passion, and that's called land use. And one of the things that you guys have to do every 7 years is redo your comprehensive plan. Well, if in between those 7 years you want to do a small scale comp plan amendment, it needs to meet some criteria. One of the criteria is that whatever land that you are making changes to in your comp plan, it has to be 10 acres or less. Well, those of you who don't know what 10 acres is, that's like 2 baseball fields, which is almost nothing when you're talking about a city of the size of Boynton Beach. So one of the things that Wayman Duggan and I did was we worked together on a bill that basically increased the amount of land that you can affect with a small scale comp plan change without having to go to the state and wait for those days and days and weeks often of review, right? So when you do these comp plan changes, you have to go to the state looks at it. Sometimes this can take a month, 2 months, sometimes up to 90 days. Meanwhile, you may have projects in the works and time is money. And so we wanted to make sure to empower local governments to basically make changes to how they plan their own community without having to consult bureaucrats in a remote capital that's 6.5 hours away from Palm Beach County by car. So that was something we were able to accomplish. And in addition to that, here's what I'll say. This was a very, very challenging year for the entire state of Florida. Folks who I've spoken with who've been in the process for a long time have said this is probably one of the worst legislative sessions they've experienced. Part of that has to do with the fact that the public wasn't really a part of it because the Capitol was closed. And so what I would encourage you to do and what I would encourage anyone here and anyone watching to do next year during committee weeks, which will start in September, during the legislative session, which starts in January, if you have an occasion to go up to Tallahassee, if you're dropping off a son or daughter to college at that school that has fewer national championships than the University of Miami, stop by the Capitol building and let your representatives and your senators know what you think about the job that they're doing. It makes a tremendous difference. And I've seen that firsthand, and I think we need to see more of it in the next legislative session. So with that, I'll close. And if you have any questions, I'm an open book.
All right. So my first question is, what are you doing next?
I am here in my capacity as a state representative.
Okay.
But if you were to Google me, you would see that maybe there's another office that I'm running for.
Wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Question. Are you going to resubmit those House bills that did not go anywhere, 1531 and 1611 and all those?
Absolutely. I worked with some outside groups, including the ACLU, on those pieces of legislation, and I think that there will be an opportunity to improve them even more. I don't believe in giving up before you start. And I know what the climate is up there. I know that certain things are more or less likely to pass, but I believe that if we get 6 slots, I should use at least a few of them to present a vision of how we could do things a little better while maintaining our public safety and maintaining the order of the public. So I will refile those bills, and I think that when I do, they'll be better because of the amount of time and the work. Look, it's a quick turnaround. We got elected in November. January is the start of committee weeks, and so I look forward to filing them and to improving them.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Mayor,
Commissioner Romulus, did you have a question?
no questions for the representative. Just want to, concur that University of Miami is the best.
Next, we have announcement 3B, report from Chief Stables on the COVID-19 vaccine distribution at the Ezel Hester Community Center.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Vice Mayor, staff, residents. I'm honored to be standing in front of you to brief you on the recent vaccination clinic that we conducted at Ezel Hester. We ran an 8-week program. We injected over 6,000 residents and community members, making a safer Boynton by doing that. The one thing I really want to highlight, though, is this is an excellent program to highlight how effective, efficient government works. And from our county partners at the health department who helped us with vaccination dosage and injection supplies, through every internal staff member here, every one of our departments in the city participated in this activity. And I'd be remiss if I tried to go through them all with you. I don't want to miss anybody in that process. But I just want to tell you that, I've been here for 5 months and I'm honored to work with such a great team that is putting forth some really, really good work here. So I provided a spreadsheet. I don't want to go too much into the nuts and bolts of that. I can answer any questions that you may have. The reason that our vaccination clinic only lasted 8 weeks was we did the first 4 weeks and then the second 4 weeks were the second shot for them. So if you noticed, it was a cycle 1, cycle 2. Cycle 1, we noticed a 65.8% decrease in those 4 weeks cumulatively. So it went full blown because of the opportunities that were available throughout the community, whether it was Walgreens, Walmart, Publix, all of the other places that people were able to get those. The other thing that happened during that first cycle was the Johnson & Johnson issue where there was some concern about blood clots and some other things. So it was kind of anticipating for people, and in turn, it slowed down the vaccination process during that time. I'll answer any questions you all have, and I'm not going to steal the city manager's thunder, but it's not just internal, it's external as well. And we're going to be recognizing somebody that really committed a lot of effort to our community, and I couldn't be prouder. This person, I'll talk a little bit more when the city manager gets done with her thing. Any questions?
Yes, please.
And we literally had numerous staff that dropped everything they were doing to make this site work and get this done and get this service into our community. And is Assistant Chief Prince Jarvis, is he able to come tonight? I don't see him out there. Okay, so I was going to embarrass Jarvis first of all, because Jarvis spearheaded, he's our Assistant Chief in Fire, spearheaded getting everything coordinated at the Ezel Hester Center with staff. And there are a few others that I just need to name to say deeply from the bottom of my heart, I truly appreciate the sacrifice that you made. And it was a true sacrifice by several folks, one being John Durgan and Chelsea Sanabia, who made appointments name by name as members of our community. We reached out to them and sought names of individuals that needed help, that didn't have a computer, that didn't know quite what to do, whatever. We concierged and handheld and made personal appointments for probably well over 100 of our residents that I really believe otherwise would not have been vaccinated. They worked day and night, and I literally mean that, into 10 and 12 o'clock at night. I've got to add Julie to the list because she was the mastermind behind using what was a current software we had for scheduling physicals for our firefighters into a system that scheduled vaccination appointments for a community. So it was not a small feat, a big feat for her to make that work, and spent an inordinate amount of time getting that done. Recreation, marketing, literally, like the chief said, PD, everybody pulled together, and I couldn't have been more proud myself to watch this happen. And we made a difference in our community. And John and I talked many a night about, wow, this is a lot of work, but it was truly heartwarming to know that we helped a lot of people that otherwise may not have gotten their shots. So thank you to, and I'm not forgetting anybody. It was an effort by all, no doubt. But those were our key folks that literally, John's like, this is killing me. When am I going to get my real work done? Or my rest of my work done? And David's on me. I got to get this done. I'm like, we're okay. Everything can kind of sit at bay for a minute. Let's get this initiative taken care of, and we did. And just moving forward, we are not stopping our vaccination efforts. We're continuing to partner with the county with mobile units. They're really focusing now on trying to get young people vaccinated, and they feel having spontaneous opportunities to get a vaccine, and potentially incentivizing them with get a free hot dog or get some French fries. And it's amazing how many people will get a vaccine shot if they get free fries. So we're working on mobile units coming to some of our future events in the city, as well as we are working with them to get the J&J shot to be able to do a pop-up vaccination site at our July 4th festivities at Intercoastal. So we're hoping to get about 300 doses. And so as people come to attend the fireworks, they may just say, let me think about it and not freak themselves out, and more spontaneously make the decision to get the shot. So we'll continue those efforts with the county and try to get as many people as we can vaccinated. And thank you for the opportunity. I felt it was so important. And then I know, Mayor, next is the citation item. I'll leave for you, and we'll go from there.
All right.
And thank you, Chief, for your leadership in
Laura,
this.
do you have the numbers as to how Boynton is doing relative to the other cities, percentage-wise, for the vaccination and stuff? Are we ahead of the game?
Not on the top of my head. I know, as far as I know we discontinued the weekly emergency calls. The county has peeled back on that, where we were getting data every week. But I can get that to let you know in terms of, they do break it down by zip code and occurrences of new cases and so forth, but it's been quite mild as far as I understand. But we will continue to get the vaccine into the community any chance we get. So if you know of any special events from the public that are coming up, we can reach out and see if there are mobile units available, and they'll come right out. And it's just park and shoot. So
Don't spend a lot of time on it, but it would be interesting to know.
We can find that out, certainly. Thank you.
Any questions for me?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next announcement is a citation recognizing Mrs. Sue Jones, RN, for her volunteerism in assisting the city with the COVID-19 vaccine distribution efforts. City of Boynton Beach citation. Whereas throughout the months of March through May 2021, Boynton Beach Fire Rescue administered approximately 1,000 free Moderna COVID-19 vaccines weekly to the public at the Uzell Hester Jr. Community Center, a state-approved vaccination site. And whereas Mrs. Sue Jones is a retired registered nurse originally from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, who voluntarily assisted the city almost daily with providing vaccinations at the Hester Center. And whereas Mrs. Jones was a tremendous comfort for all the people receiving their vaccinations, she provided information to patrons that received the vaccine and was in the observation area to ease their fears and answer their questions. Additionally, Mrs. Jones was instrumental in assisting our homebound residents with getting the vaccine administered in their homes. And whereas it was a pleasure having Mrs. Jones assist at the Hester Center, as her presence was warm and inviting to the community. And whereas Mrs. Jones is very active in volunteering for several nonprofits organizations, such as the Community Caring Center, Boynton Beach Faith-Based CDC, and Boynton Angels in Action in providing weekly meals to seniors. She also volunteers for the Black Nurses Association and the T. Leroy Jefferson Medical Society to provide important medical information to those in need. Her unending energy and servant heart is deeply appreciated by the city of Boynton Beach. Now, therefore, I, Stephen B. Grant, by virtue of authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Boynton Beach, Florida, recognize Mrs. Sue Jones for her outstanding public service to the community of Boynton Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Boynton Beach.
So Mayor, while you're coming up there, I had the opportunity to get my vaccine shot at our site as well. And that's where I met Mrs. Jones, sitting in the waiting area, waiting my 15 minutes to make sure I didn't have a reaction, and watched Sue, as I've gotten to know, just walk around and chat with the patients and how are you feeling? How are you doing? What do we do with our vaccine cards? Don't touch, don't mark on them. You want to let's all take a picture of our card to keep it safe. And just kind of chatted everybody up in the room and just brought such a sense of calm and peace. And when I went back for my second shot, Mrs. Jones was there, and come to find out, she was there just about every day. On her own, unsolicited, just wanted to help. And some of her other volunteer work, she was assisting with getting the vaccine into the community as well. And as I got to chat with her, realizing how many times did you come in and out of retirement? I think 3 times. And she might be officially retired now. She has too much energy to sit around and do nothing. So she has led a very interesting and full life of service and truly helping people. And I just felt compelled to let the community know, because she's awesome and just an amazing volunteer and everything of what community and public service and servant heart means. So thank you, Sue.
Thank you. Good evening. I want to start with a quote from Whitley Phipps. Don't worry about being successful, but work towards being significant. Success will follow naturally. You know, this last year has been trying for people in many, many ways, and I personally know many people who have stepped up to help to answer the call when needed. I'm a member of the Palm Beach County Black Nurses Association, and I volunteer with them and work with Dr. T. Leroy Jefferson's Medical Society, with Unified Palm Beach County, the Black Legislative Caucus, the Boynton Beach Coalition of Clergies, and others. This group came together at a time of crisis to help those most in need. I want to thank every one of them, along with the city of Boynton Beach, and the fire and rescue, for the work that they're doing here in our community. Because of them, we're helping to get food to seniors, vaccinations in arms without wastage, as well as outreach and education. I stand before you because of my husband, my friends, my family, for their unwavering support, and I thank and appreciate them. You know, we have to look out for each other in this world as human beings, and that is what I do. Even small things help. If there is one small thing that you can do to help someone, your reward is so often greater than your gift. I am so honored to receive the award today from the city of Boynton Beach. Thank you. Thank you.
Sue Jones, is there any way we can make a Xerox copy or carbon copy?
A clone.
Thank you.
Mayor, I didn't give a shout out to our fire department, and I don't want to get in trouble for like missing anybody. The chief was smart, but I have to say the medics and just all, and admin staff too, did an amazing job pulling people through there. And I've heard testimony from some individuals, I won't name Ray Whiteley, but he is terrified of needles. And he told the story of what an amazing job our medics did to basically trick him and count, and then gave him the shot before he knew he had it. And it was totally painless, and he had no idea what was going on. And it was just awesome for him. But that was the work that they did. And they made it fun and relaxing and just very effective. So I couldn't go without saying thank you to them too.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if it's allowed to put fun and needle in the same sentence, Lori. That's an oxymoron.
They totally.
Our next announcement is a proclamation recognizing June 19, 2021 as Juneteenth, a celebration of freedom. Daryl Sanders Jr. of Chevy D TV Foundation Inc. will accept the proclamation. City of Boynton Beach Proclamation. Whereas Juneteenth or Juneteenth Independence Day commemorates the traditional observance of the end of slavery in the United States and is observed annually on June 19th. And whereas President Abraham Lincoln declared that in giving freedom to the slave, we assure freedom to the free, honorable alike in what we give and what we preserve, we shall nobly save or meanly lose the last best hope of earth. And whereas on January 1st, 1863, President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation declaring that all persons held as slaves within any state or designated part of a state, the people whereof shall then be in rebellion against the United States, shall be thenceforward and forever free. And whereas President Lincoln correctly believed slavery to be in violation of the principles of the Declaration of Independence and that its abolition represented a new birth of freedom for the United States. And whereas more than 2 years would pass before the news reached African Americans living in Texas, when on June 19, 1865, Union Major General Gordon Granger and his regiment arrived in Galveston and spread the word that slavery had been abolished. And whereas the following year, the first official Juneteenth celebrations took place in Texas and have continued across the United States throughout the years. And whereas emancipation in Florida was proclaimed in Tallahassee on May 20th, 1865, and for the reason Floridians traditionally celebrate Emancipation Day on May 20th. And whereas Juneteenth is the oldest nationally celebration commemoration of the ending of slavery. And whereas Juneteenth is an important opportunity to honor the principles of the Declaration of Independence and celebrate the achievements and contributions of African Americans have made and continue to make in Florida and across our nation. Now, therefore, I, Stephen McGrant, Mayor of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, hereby proclaim and extend greetings and best wishes to all observing June 19th, 2021 as Juneteenth.
Thank you, Mayor. I think he said everything I was going to say. I'll take a picture first. How you doing?
Here you go. Would you like to say a few words?
The mayor kind of read the history, what I was going to read, but I'll read it a little bit anyway. Juneteenth is a holiday celebrating the emancipation of those who have been enslaved in the United States. Originating in Galveston, Texas, it is now celebrated annually on June 19th throughout the United States with increasing official recognition. It also observes African American history, culture, and progress. It is also called Freedom Day, Jubilee Day, Liberation Day, and Emancipation Day. This Saturday, June 19th, from 12 to 4 p.m., Chevy TV Foundation and Boynton Strong will be hosting our first annual Juneteenth Festival here in Boynton Beach and are personally inviting out our mayor, city commission staff, our state legislation, everyone on the live, our local businesses, and citizens out to come and celebrate with us. There will be food trucks, kid activities, talent show, and some local merch vendors. This is a family event. We gratefully thank the city of Boynton Beach, Mayor Grant, the marketing department, they are so amazing, the police and fire departments for all supporting this event and making it a safe and successful event. Y'all know it wouldn't be right if I ain't asked for no money, so here you go. All right. So we have 13 registered performers coming from Riviera, ranging to Miami, to entertain us, but we do not have the budget to pay anyone to perform. We are asking the city of Boyne, the city manager and commission today, would they like to sponsor our entertainment budget of $1,300 to compensate everyone who performed at our Juneteenth festival this weekend, which consists of Thera LaFranc, she's our drummer and singer. Serge Marty is our dancer. Zoila Correa is our singer. Marianne Benjamin is also a drummer and dancer. We have Ruchel Hippolyte is an artist. Cynthia Gizer is an artist. Javier Largespada is an artist. We have Abasi is an artist. Dominique Franklin, who has a beautiful dance team, and Adrian Wheeler is an artist. And we have Takira Tanner, also an artist. S. Morency and Slick Jones is our dancer. So everyone come out, join us, have a good time, and we look forward to seeing you there. And thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Our next announcement is from the City of Boynton Beach, 4th of July, Red, White, and Blue with a Waterfront View event by Eleanor, Kristel, Marketing and Events Director.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. Eleanor, Marketing and Events Director. Tonight I have the pleasure of introducing that we are having the Red, White, and Blue with the Waterfront View. The city's free, family-friendly 4th of July is back with a boom. The event will take place at Intercoastal Park at 2240 North Federal Highway on Saturday, July 4th from 6:30 to 9:30. The celebration will include 2 stages of live entertainment, local food trucks, including such favorites as Guac and Go, Boardwalk Creamery, Troy's Barbecue, PCI, Kona Ice, Little More, and much more. We will be hosting one of the largest Zam Valley fireworks in Palm Beach County, which start at 9 p.m. Kids will enjoy the children's area, which includes giant Legos, arts and crafts, pool fishing games, a sand pile, and toys, and opportunity to paint rocks and write letters to our veterans. Backed by popular demand, we're having the Palm Beach Hydro Flight. We'll offer 2 spectacular water shows where athletes surf the skies on water 50 feet up in the air. When you come dressed to impress in your favorite 4th of July apparel, the mayor and city manager will select their favorite attendees to appear on stage for a photo op before the national anthem is sung. Also, bring your smiles for a chance to win a family pack for a paddle boat experience with our Intercoastal Waterway compliments of Paddle Away Sports. Enter and share your photos on Instagram and Facebook with the hashtag Boynton Fireworks. We'll have hand-painted rocks that will be hidden among the site. If you're lucky enough to find one, bring it to the information booth for a free 3x5 American flag and photo op. Attendees are encouraged to bring their chairs and blankets. On-site parking is limited. Free parking shuttle transportation will be provided from 3 city locations, including Town Square on the corner of Seacrest and Boynton Beach Boulevard, Journey Church, 715 Federal Highway, and NYU Lagoon on 3301 Boynton Boulevard. An ADA compliant bus will be available at all shuttle locations. Rideshare is highly suggested. The drop off and pick up designated areas at Harvey Oya Jr. An ASL interpreter will be on site at the information booth. Veterans are encouraged to bring and visit the information booth to receive a free American flag pin. Please note that our Boynton Beach Fire Rescue will be administering Johnson & Johnson COVID-19 vaccines. Due to this event, the boat ramps at Harvey Oya Park will be closed on July 3rd at 11 p.m. and reopen on July 4th at 11 p.m. To learn more, please visit the city's dedicated event webpage at boyntonbeach.org/July 4th. Thank you, Mayor and Commission.
Thank you.
Mayor, I don't know if Eleanor mentions Saturday by mistake, but it is Sunday, just for clarification.
Yes,
Yes.
Sunday,
Sorry.
July 4th, Saturday, July 3rd, the boat ramp will be closed at 11.
Right. This. Yeah.
And Laura, you said you have a special announcement?
Yes, we want to say goodbye and happy retirement to a very special person, Debbie Majors. She is retiring. I think, I don't know if Debbie's actually in the audience or she's upstairs. She didn't know we were going to say this, but Debbie has served our city for 33 years. She is our grants and ADA manager. Started out in recreation back in the day and worked her way through the organization, throughout the organization, and has touched literally every department in our city. Ended up managing our grants and helping the city get millions, literally a couple million a year feverishly seeking grant dollars and coordinating all of the staff department representatives to keep everybody on task and working toward finding grant money for the city and any opportunity we can. And we've been quite successful at it. And I have to say, without someone dogging it and spearheading it on a full-time basis, it's hard to do because it's a lot of work. Then as we started building our inclusion program and really taking a look at accessibility in our city, Debbie became our champion and true to heart champion of developing our ADA program in the city and making sure everybody has access to our city's services, meetings, information, etc. And we would not be here today. We are, I would say, it's fair to say Boynton is a leader in accessibility as a local government entity. And we are, I think, the only or one of a very select few, if I'm not mistaken, of an autism-friendly employer as a local government. And we've done amazing work. And I have to say that's going to be Debbie's legacy here is the work where she has put the city in terms of access and what we do for inclusion. So she is retiring. This Friday is her last day after 33 years with the city. She has left her mark. We are having some cake and a little celebration in City Hall on Friday in the afternoon. So please stop by if you'd like to, commissioners, and just want her to know, and I've told her many times all along the way how much I care about her and the work that she's done and the difference she has made to Boynton Beach and its residents in making this community a better place for her service. So I wish she would come down. We surprised, she didn't know I was doing this. She's upstairs, I'm sure, crying right now. So I know you're listening, Deb, but we'll see you Friday.
That's just gonna say thank you.
That's her phone.
Oh, is she waving? Oh, she's waving. Okay. Yeah, with Beth.
Hey, Debbie, you can talk now.
There
Hi.
she is.
I'm upstairs with the interpreter, and I just wanted to say thank you so much. It has been an honor working at the city. Lori, I cannot tell you how much I appreciate your support for believing in me. And I really can't say too much more right now. You're right. It's hard to leave, but I'm just so proud of our city and all that we've accomplished. And I thank you all so much for your support. Ted Goodenough will be here as my assistant to carry on, along with Stephanie and Beth, who's interpreting right next to me. Thank you all so much. It's been a pleasure working here, and I appreciate everything, all your kind words, Lori. Thank you.
Yeah, that's right.
I bet Wally is smiling though.
Yes, and so does that mean we're going to get a new therapy dog for the city?
I told Debbie and Wally they both have to continue to visit on at least 2 to 3 times a week so we can get our Boone time and Cassidy time. So
Wait a minute. Let them go.
Our next announcement is for the budget workshops to be located at the police station community room 2100 High Ridge Road at the following dates and times: Monday, July 12th, 2021 at 5:30 p.m., Tuesday, July 13th, 2021 at 10 a.m., Wednesday, July 14th at 2 p.m. if needed. The commission adopts a preliminary fire assessment resolution and tentative millage rate resolution at these workshops. Next, we have a presentation by Paula Mendoza, Associate Engineer, Public Works Engineering Division, on a new initiative that addresses speeding through neighborhoods. Drive Safe Boyne.
That's me. Good evening. My name is Paula Mendoza, and like Mayor said, I am an associate engineer here at the Public Works Engineering Department, and it is a pleasure for me to be here tonight to present this wonderful program we've been working on for a while now. So first, next slide, please. I would like to talk a little bit about what the program goals are. So number one, the program's goal is to address the increased amount of issues that we are finding with relation to speeding. Also, we want to address the issues of cut-through traffic. As we all know, cut-through traffic is when people get impatient, the intersections get really busy. They don't want to use the road. They don't want to wait for the light. Instead, they take the neighborhood roads and they go much faster, and really the neighborhood streets become much more dangerous. They become congested and noisy. So we want to address that issue. And as we do that, we know that the pedestrian and bicycle safety will also be increased in our neighborhoods. We also would like to develop comprehensive, realistic, and feasible strategies. Also, fair and consistent policies, as well as implementing our 3 E's. First E represents education. With the help of the marketing group, we actually produced these stickers that you have right here. You see right here, we have some available in the back for you to see. And that is part of what we're doing to educate the people. So whenever there's a resident that calls to want to know more about the program, we'll be mailing these out and we're making them available for them so that they could feel empowered themselves to go out to the community and really share the voice of slowing down. So the stickers just really said, you know, slow down, and, you know, we care about our children and whatnot. So also the police department has these available, and they're passing them out too as they work with the people that they serve. Next, I will also like to empower the residents and produce some more engineering solutions for the program. And I'll talk a little bit more about those two later. So can we have the next slide, please? Great. So now, why is traffic calming important? First, we know that safety is in the top priority for the City Commission. As we all remember, last February 2020, the city became a Vision Zero city. And with that vision, the city recognizes and prioritizes speeding as a fundamental factor for crashes seriousness. So the faster we go, the more we know that people will get hurt if they get in an accident. So traffic calming is actually vital for our residents. And we know that by the increased amounts of inquiries and concerns from our residents. So if we all take a look at the graphic there, you could see that a person that is struck by a car going 30 miles an hour is much likely to die than if they're struck by a car going 20 miles per hour. So it's very significant what the speeding could do in saving someone's life. And by means of slowing the roads, we also know that we're gonna make it much more safer for people besides those that are in the cars. So next slide, please. Okay, so now why is the program important? Why did we create the program? So currently our code of ordinances only allows us to provide traffic calming under two very specific conditions. Number one, for local streets that have over 500 cars going by there every day. Now, we know that there could be roads that have significant speeding and not that many cars, right? Number two, the 85th percentile of the people driving the roads have to go over 5 miles per hour. That means there needs to be significant speeding for us to be considered, for us to be able to consider the project. Now, if that's even met and we're able to say, yes, they do have an issue, the biggest problem we have is that we really only have one tool to provide a solution. So what the program is doing is actually giving us more tools and allowing us to broaden the options that we could provide as a solution for speeding. So in the next slide, please, I would like to show how the program actually works. All right. So first of all, we wanted to say that we created a fabulous website, and the website is actually on that slide. Is drivesafeboynton.com, and in that website, anybody that has any kind of questions or wants to know more information or even get the application, they're welcome to do that. So I hope you guys will take a look at it. The first step in the program is we get the request from the citizen, obviously, and then we'll make sure that that what they're calling about actually meets the criteria. It has to be a city road and it has to be residential. Number two, as we receive, we'll give them the application. The application could be sent by us or they could get it on the website, like I said. And the most important thing is that they are gonna go out and take that application and reach out to the community to make sure that everybody around them is also experiencing the issue and is welcome to give their input. This is more of the empowering aspect of our program. We really want to have people be involved in the process of actually making a change. So we really know that this is what making the program work. Number three, as we receive the application, we'll collect lots and lots of data, not only traffic and not only speeding. We're gonna look at the geometry of the road. We're gonna look at collision history. We're gonna really see different aspects of things that could be going on with that road. And at that point, we'll start talking to the residents and making sure that they understand some of the things we're thinking about as part of a solution. In step number four, then we prioritize the projects. We are gonna go ahead and put them in a list, and that's when the engineering part of the program comes in. We are now have many more tools that we could engineer to go ahead and provide the solution. So in step four, we will start communicating those with the residents. Next slide, step number five. We may go out and get more signatures. We will go and do more public outreaches, especially on those larger projects. Number six, obviously, because time and money is not unlimited, right? We'll have to put these projects in some kind of priority. So we're gonna score them and we're gonna give them priority based on the criteria that we evaluated during the process. Number seven, obviously, we'll implement the project, we'll construct it as, per the priority list that we created. So next slide. So that's how the project works. And like I mentioned before, in the past, we've been very limited to the tools that we have. But with this program, we're able to have many more tools available to us. And in the slide here, you see different pictures of actual traffic calming projects that are already in the city. And we hope to be able to create so many more as part of this program. Next slide, please. So these projects will be funded through the street maintenance account, and they will be added to street resurfacing projects as it is applicable, always using the priority list. Next slide. So just wanted to take a few seconds to talk about this pilot project that we have going on. And I'm sure you've heard about it. You actually approved a couple of agenda items on it. The Forest Park neighborhood, we actually done a great amount of work in working with the residents and providing so many different solutions for, they actually had many concerns. And in the past, we could not have helped them. But because of the program, we're very excited to say that we are very close to be able to provide some of that relief by doing some of the temporary traffic calming solutions and hopefully get more data, really see what works, and then do the permanent traffic calming solutions for them. Next. So it's interesting because this project hasn't really been, this program hasn't been advertised per se, but it's actually very successful already. We had over 20 applications already. We've been, even before Forest Park, we were receiving phone calls. And so all these people that have called have been placed in this program. And we have at least 13 of these applications that we're reviewing. At least 4 of them are, the construction is actually on the way. And at least 3 of them have been completed. So we're very excited to know that the program works and that people are really being helped by it. And with that, I conclude. The last slide is just says if there's any questions.
Yes, Commissioner Pincirga.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Paula
Yes.
and Mr. Dunmeyer, for all of your work. This is a very important topic for my residents, particularly in my district, and actually it affects all of us, really. So I have two big questions. In my district, we have the recurring problem of, not sure what the technical term is, but drag racers, speed racers, and we've spoken to the police chief about this, and it's very difficult to catch these people, right? They have spontaneous organization, and they sometimes take off their license plates, so it's very difficult to detect who they are and when they're coming. Do you have any plans to address this type of situation? That's number one. And number two, with these types of strategies, oftentimes people will eventually get used to them. For example, I asked the police to put out these speed trailers, and people know where they are and they start to avoid them. So how do we address that kind of response by the public, right? Their adaptation to these strategies.
Commissioner Pincirga, hi, my name is Gary Dunmeyer. I'm the interim Public Works Director. These problems, or this program is specifically designed for neighborhood roads.
Mm-hmm.
I think some of the problems that you're alluding to are along Lawrence specifically.
Lawrence is one of them.
Right. And
Boynton Lakes, I've heard reports of that as well.
Okay. These are larger issues, and I'm having to work closely with Sergeant Hawkins to come up with initiatives to correct these. In some cases, on Boynton Lakes, we've installed some speed humps at the request of the neighborhood, and those have been effective, but there are some other long stretches in there that could probably be considered for additional speed humps. But we'll look into that,
All right.
certainly.
I appreciate that.
And another thing that I wanted to add is some of the improvements are gonna make people go slow down. There is not something you're gonna get used to. If you don't slow down, you're gonna hurt your car. So it's engineered to make us go slower, and that's why we really want to broaden the engineer solutions that we could provide to prevent exactly what you're mentioning.
Wonderful. Again, I want to thank you for the awesome work that you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you.
So one of the things that I've been thinking about is that the Palm Beach County controls all of the city's traffic lights. And after attending a bike tour of West Palm Beach, they had a pedestrian call button. And the current aspect of a pedestrian call button, for example, on the corner of Seacrest and Boynton Beach Boulevard, if I'm heading south along Seacrest, the call button registers me as another car. It doesn't register me as a pedestrian, even though it has the capability of doing that. And therefore, I have to wait for the full cycle of the east-west traffic, even though no cars may be coming at that specific time. And it may lead to people jaywalking along Boynton Beach Boulevard. So what I would like to put on future agenda is a resolution from the City Commission requesting that the Palm Beach County traffic allows for prioritization of pedestrians during non-rush hour times. So outside of the hours of 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. and from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., a person using the pedestrian call buttons along Boynton Beach Boulevard from Federal to, I think it would be Lawrence, would have the priority. And so it's not saying that the cycle would turn automatically to the pedestrian, but it would hopefully shorten the time from a 2-minute to 3-minute cycle traveling east-west to maybe 30 seconds a minute to allow that person to cross. Because we do want to encourage more multimodal transportation in the city of Boynton Beach. So if I can get a consensus to see if that's something that we're willing to do, to explore. I think what the county did with the flashing yellow arrows does make a difference compared to just having a regular green orb for left turn lanes along Congress and other roads. Yes.
I would, before resolution, I would favor some sort of
presentation maybe to educate us to the effect that you have been through your experiences, just so I wouldn't want a resolution to come forward without having had either city or county traffic people explain it publicly, because I just have no background knowledge on it. But I wouldn't be opposed to it fundamentally because it sounds like a good idea. I don't know anything about it.
All right. Yes, Commissioner, Vice Mayor Hay.
I sort of feel the same way. I like the idea and the concept, but do you know whether or not this has been explored by any other cities? I guess getting a little more information background on it would help in terms of before we make that decision, because that's a biggie, and I would want further information to make.
Okay. No, I understand. And so there is probably ramifications of east-west traffic. However, I feel the importance of people not jaywalking on Boynton Beach Boulevard is the key thing. I remember taking off the highway and there was someone in a wheelchair in the suicide lane trying to cross Boynton Beach Boulevard. And so that's my main concern is for pedestrian safety. But if you would rather have a presentation and hopefully get someone from Palm Beach Traffic to explain if that is a possibility, I'd like to be able to direct staff to come back with more information.
And I guess to add to whatever information comes back, if not that it is a determining factor of what we do, because it isn't, but are there other cities in Palm Beach County who have already done this? And who are they? Again, not that it matters if anyone else did it, because if it's a good idea, we should do it, I think. But I'd be curious to see of all the dozens of municipalities, if anyone else has already done this, and if they've achieved the results that the mayor is looking for, which is to increase safety and control over these lights and crosswalks by pedestrians on non-peak hours.
So if I'm not mistaken, it's Palm Beach County and Boca Raton are the ones that are able to control the traffic. So.
Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Romulus.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Paula. And this is definitely exciting news. I'm of course well aware of Forest Park and the issues. And when you talk about the cut through traffic into the neighborhood, that's very, apparent right on 13th. That's usually the road that a lot of people use to bypass, traffic in those instances. So I'm excited to hear and see what's going to come and be on the ground to help alleviate some of these traffic concerns. I would also say let's go ahead and look into Seacrest Estates and some of the other communities that are in the District 3 area, solely because unlike some of the other areas in the city, it's not HOAs. There aren't. It's just kind of like open communities, and so especially here in Seacrest Estates, I've noticed a lot of people just really barreling down Southeast Second, where Betty Thomas Park is. And this is a park that has young kids, mine included, that are playing, and people really just are not concerned about the safety of the residents who live here. So I would love to just, I guess, get a little bit more detailed information about how you plan to roll this out and talk about some of the areas that you plan to, I guess, pilot this or roll it out. That way we could discuss that moving forward. So that's, if you could reach out to me, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
We'd be happy to, Commissioner.
Mayor.
Thank you, Gary.
And just to add to community concern that aren't, gate restricted, I know that Leisureville for the longest time, because they're a cut through community, Gulfview Harbor, and then also the area behind Target now, Renaissance Commons Boulevard, which runs the whole thing from Gateway to Old Boynton. The portion to the north of the canal has speed humps. There's one in front of my house and I hear metal smashing into it all day. So I don't know if it slows people down, but it's got to be teaching people some sort of lesson. There are none on the south side of the canal where all the new communities have been built. So it is like a quarter to a half mile stretch of just unabated straightaway. So just again, areas that I've experienced in my district that people have everybody wants speed bumps, and those are the ones that have been brought to my attention the most.
Just be aware that Renaissance Common Boulevard is a private road,
Okay.
so that the community will have to take
For
care
the
of that.
master HOA for the Cortina, I suppose. Okay, thank you.
And Gary, make sure that what is that, Northeast First Court, right there with
We're looking at it.
yeah, Village Royale, make sure they don't fall through the crack because they have the same problem.
Pal is working on that right now.
Thank you, thank you.
I say we don't lack for areas.
And last, we have an update on recordings of public meetings.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. Kristel Gibson, City Clerk. Just to give you an update as a follow-up from the May 4th Commission meeting where we discussed our recordings of our public meetings, especially our advisory boards. In response to that request, we have a way to publish our audio recordings of our advisory board meetings on our city's website so that it's more available to the public. We have been keeping audio recordings available to the public upon request, but now on our city's website, on our advisory board page, there's a link to the agendas, minutes of board meetings, and now also audio recordings. So I just wanted to make that announcement. And if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them. Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no further announcements, we will be moving on to public audience. Individual speakers will be limited to 3-minute presentations. Please state your name and address at the beginning. And John, do we have the ability to ask questions and raise their hands online?
Mayor Grant, yes, those options have been enabled.
Hi, Susan Oyer, 140 Southeast 27th Way. Thank you for addressing, Gary, the street drag racing problem. I've been complaining for years about what's going on in Seacrest Estates, so I'm glad our commissioner has noticed as well. I would ask, and I've repeatedly gone to Gary and everyone who would listen over the last few years, asking about Southeast 2nd Street in front of Betty Thomas Park. I was walking, I see people out with their strollers, little kids, everybody's out walking. The neighborhood has really transitioned and changed. We've had a lot of turnover, a lot of families are in there. And I just, probably 2 weeks ago, I'm walking down the street and 2 cars were racing each other at very high rates of speed and went right by 2 ladies pushing a stroller. And this has got to stop, and I've complained about this constantly. So, you know, I don't know if I'm already in on the list, Gary. If I'm not, I will be shortly. Thank you. And thank you, Paula, as well. I'd like to say, I hope you guys are looking to start providing fines for people parking in electric car charging spaces. For example, out here in front of City Hall, where when I come and I go to park my electric car in, there's always some other car that's not an electric power car parked there, and I have to drag the hose all the way around, and hopefully they feel guilty for parking in that spot. It is against state ordinance. Adam has kindly given me the state ordinances. There is an actual state ordinance that provides for fining people for parking in electric car charging spots. So hopefully you guys will take advantage of that and make some income for the city. I would suggest the $30 to $50 range, because that's what other cities charge, to the best of my knowledge, from what, you know, the little discussion I've had with Adam. He's been a godsend on this. So that's something to explore, as well as, I don't know if you guys are allowed to go onto private property where people are parking in electric car charging spots. If so, you know, again, another money-making option for you. My third thing would be to start thinking about banning palm trees. I've come to this commission repeatedly for years and years, since before some of you were even on, asking you to get rid of palm trees. The city of Miami has now banned them. It's time for us to look and go forward on this. And I am more than happy to discuss all kinds of options, except I'm going to run out of time. I think I didn't even actually have my full 3 minutes, because I'm usually good at timing this. But we really need to look at banning palm trees. They're not trees, they're grass. They do nothing. It's time to get rid of them, or at least limit them greatly. Thank you for your time.
106 Northeast 7th Avenue. Tori, or how y'all doing today? I'm coming on behalf of me, Chevy D, and Boynton Strong. We're doing the Juneteenth thing this Saturday, and I hope the city come out and have a good time and celebrate. The ones who know, it's definitely a freedom day, and I seen Chevy say, we were short like 1,300, but if we get it, we get it. We don't, we don't. We're still gonna want everybody to come out, have a good time. Whoever want to come out.
We're going to fund it.
Okay,
I'll be able to.
I appreciate it. Like I said, I appreciate everybody who come out this Saturday from 12 to 4. We'll have a lot of stuff for the kids, a lot of excitement, a lot of education. If the city, y'all have any education stuff, y'all could bring out there too and set up a table and offer the community some literature that y'all have that they may not have over there. So with that, I'm out. Thank you.
Good evening, Iman Kareem, 214 Northeast 3rd Street. You guys probably know my name and see my face. I'm with ABPAC. I know you guys are going to be talking about this monument thing later on. I'm very excited to hear what you guys are deciding to do. And I just wanted to bring a good friend of mine to take us 3 minutes to explain why it's important that we have something that will honor the people in the city of Boynton Beach and throughout the Florida nations that has fallen, whether it's through police, fire, whatever it is, a place to honor our citizens that have has fallen, and a place where we could honor our martyrs that have fallen. So with that, I'll give you Santiago Vasquez for his 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, and the great community and the great people of Boynton Beach. My name is Santiago Vasquez, and I'm a proud United States Army veteran who served in Operation Desert Shield, Desert Storm, in Bosnia-Herzegovina, and in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. I am also a retired Broward County Sheriff Sergeant. I served for 23 years. I hold one of the highest awards given for bravery, the Gold Cross. Currently, I am the Broward President for the Florida Hispanic American Chambers of Commerce and the American Bangladesh Political Affairs Committee. I am currently the President and COO for Global Accountability Corps in dealing with the new technology of law enforcement badges, changing law enforcement badges to today's technology. We have many places like Washington, D.C., and other cities to remind of the past that we have gone through here in our American history. Statutes of past leaders, even some that come with controversy, still stand before us, before you and me. And this is the American history that we all have to accept. American history that whatever happened in the past, but we can control our outcome and denials and errors to protect our future and the mistakes of our past. I am proud of my country, in which 5 generations before me, myself, my brother, and now my son serve our countries, looking forward to America's success without regrets. People are killed in wars, act of terrorism, act of domestic violence, crimes, accidents, and even worldwide pandemics. And my condolences go out to all those families that lost someone early. This happens, and this happens, and that is something that our government and our people and our future must change to better serve not only this generation, but many more that are still to come. We mourn by going to the cemeteries, going to churches, a temple, a synagogue, or even a mosque to reflect to those who are taken from us early. Some people do not like to go to these places like that, and some don't have a special place. I'm sorry. Boynton Beach leads the way for caring for its community, its businesses, and everyday person traveling in and out of your city. As a traveling man, I communicate with hundreds of your business owners and residents, and I can say that they are all in agreement that they love this city. Thousands of people have passed defending countries, beliefs, religion, and even their own family.
Mr. Vasquez,
Yes.
3 minutes. And can we get your address too?
214 Northeast 3rd Avenue.
All right.
I just want to say, we are asking for Boynton Beach to please help us do an area where we can go for somebody to go there and mourn their families. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. No, you already used your time. You're welcome. John, do you see anyone with their hand raised or asking a question online?
Mayor Grant, I just checked and I do not see any questions or hands raised in the GoToWebinar interface.
All right. Is there anyone else from the public audience, public here that would like to speak? Seeing none, public audience is now closed. Moving on to administrative. Our first is to ratify the selection of Trevor Rosenkrantz as the chair and Butch Boyne as vice chair of the Planning and Development Board. May I have that motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion from the commission? Seeing none, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Next is ratify the selection of Dr. Valerie Valcourt as the chair and Lori Wilkinson as the vice chair of the Education and Youth Advisory Board.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Go ahead.
All right. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Ratify the selection of Golene Gordon as board chair and Angela Cruz as vice chair of the CRA Advisory Board.
Motion to
So
approve.
moved.
I got it. Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. I have a discuss art advisory board request to conduct a workshop meeting. Mr. Weiss, do you mind explaining that statement?
Hi, Glenn Weiss, Public Art Manager. The Art Advisory Board on 2 separate occasions has really wanted to have an open workshop where they could talk about the future of the public art program and the Art in Public Places program, and then make recommendations back to this body.
And so is this different than their regular scheduled meeting?
Yes, it is, because they'd like to have a longer session and to have it on a Saturday, another place when other people could attend also.
Okay. And do they have a specific place that they're looking to have this meeting?
No, not until you take this action, and we'll set it up.
Okay, I'm absolutely in favor of this. The Public Art Committee, it does a lot for the city, determining what is okay and what is not okay. And we want to make sure that they have the control of what is acceptable in our city. So I think that it's a good idea to give them the opportunity. Commissioner Pensurga.
I'll start off with a question. Mr. Weiss, could you elaborate on what topics they'd like to discuss in this workshop?
To be quite honest, they would have requested to have an open-ended discussion, but the subjects that have been discussed previously have to do with changes to the mural ordinance, which we'll talk about also later today, but also what kind of program should we have? Should we have what should be the extent of the kinetic exhibition? What kind of should we be purchasing for the city? Where should they be placed in the city? A kind of general discussion which has not been undertaken as up to this point in recent years.
Mayor, this is Jim Sheriff. I'd like to weigh in just for a second here. The reason this is on the agenda is because when the request first came through in terms of it being an open-ended workshop, it was my opinion that that does not give the public enough information about the scope of items that are to be discussed. And that's an important element of an agenda. Glenn did provide me with a list of items after the agenda was sent for publishing to indicate more specifically what kinds of issues the Arts Board would like to discuss in that workshop. And I think it would be important to build an agenda around that list. Glenn, I don't know whether you want to run through that or not, if you want me to address some of the issues that were in the list that you sent me.
Well, generally within that list, as per the ordinance that you today for the Art in Public Places program, is that they are the committee and has the opportunity to recommend to this body a master planning issues, and locations for art in the city, as per the ordinance. And that's what I explicitly wrote in the request for the meeting.
Yeah,
So,
let me add a little bit more detail to that and go through the list so the commission knows precisely what those items are. The discussion would be regarding temporary exhibits such as the Kinetic Biennial, special projects such as beach lifeguard stations, projects related to racial and social equity, themes and locations of murals. I think that's an item that's on the agenda later for discussion in more detail. Promotion and community engagement in public art. And then, Glenn, I think you had added collaboration with city agencies such as parks, public works, sustainability, economic, and the CRA, all of which touch upon essentially at this particular point, an unspecified list of assignments and projects for those agencies, which are really, in fact, the departments of the city, with the exception of the CRA. So a pretty broad list. Some of it specific, some of it general, such as the ones that jump out at me as particularly general in nature would be social and racial equity themes, and location of murals. But as I said, I think the mural issue, Glenn will be presenting an item on later on the agenda. So I come back to my initial comment, which I do think the agenda for the workshop, if it is to be at a workshop as opposed to issues addressed at the board's regular meetings, should include this list that has been provided.
Yes, Commissioner Hay, Vice Mayor Hay.
I like the idea of the workshop. I think it's a great idea. Here's the challenge that I'm having. Your board is an advisory board to the Arts Board. Is that correct?
The Arts Board is to you as an advisory board to the city.
The challenge that I'm having is we're extending advisory boards to have workshops. I don't see that as your responsibility. I would prefer to see the art department, if you're going to talk about workshops, be the one to put these workshops on, not the advisory boards. I just don't see that as being in your lane. So I don't know if that's the way I see it in my mind. You make recommendations to the art, and then they make those recommendations to us. So I don't see this as necessary. You adding another layer. I think if you're going to start talking about location of exhibits and murals and special projects and all these, that's not the advisory board's job to be putting on workshops to discuss those things. That's the arts department. So that's where I am now.
So,
Mayor.
Yes, Commissioner Ramos, and then I'll make my comment. Okay, I'll go first. The problem with having our Arts Commission is that they cannot discuss with each other what they feel, what our Arts committee can do. And so that is where they're asking for this workshop is within the limits of the Sunshine Law. It's, for example, our budget workshops. Commissioner Ramos, we still hear you.
And
I think she's speaking to us.
Commissioner Ramos, did you want to go speak?
okay, for whatever reason, I got muted while I was talking, but like I said, like I was saying, if the advisory board wants to take the initiative to host this workshop, as long as we are within our following our ordinances and rules in terms of properly noticing it and giving ample time to the public to participate.
Romulus, you're not speaking clearly into the microphone. You're not having trouble understanding what you are saying.
The ability to openly discuss and talk. And again, there is clear and open access to the public to participate. I see no issue with this workshop taking place and then them bringing back recommendations. There will always be recommendations. We do not have to abide by or confine ourselves to anything that they suggest. I think that's really all it is. So let's leave it at that. It's a workshop. Let them have it.
So Commissioner Romulus, can you hear me? Commissioner Romulus, can you hear me?
Perhaps somebody should give her a call.
So
right now, I'm not sure what happened.
Check your speaker. We were trying to inform you that we were having trouble with your microphone. And so we would request that you say what you said again.
Thank you. Sure. I simply mentioned that the advisory board and their capacity, they are an advisory board and they are advising us. And if they are willing to take the initiative to do the background work and the due diligence, to do research, to look around our community, to find things that are representative and reflective of our residents, and then to put that in a way that is clear and defined and creates a plan to move forward and really showcases what our community has to offer in the way of art. I see nothing wrong with that, absolutely nothing wrong with that. If anything, I commend them for that. So as long as we are within our bounds of staying clear of what the law dictates that we are supposed to do in terms of boards, so properly noticing the public, making sure that there is an agenda, and as long as they're, I guess at least loosely following that agenda and making sure that the conversations are relevant to that, and that the public has ample notice and is able to participate if they would want to in this workshop, I see nothing wrong with it. So let them have it. Let them go forward.
So I do agree with our attorney that we may need to have a specified agenda for the public so that if it is not able to accomplish in a few 2 to 3 hours, that it is over multiple times. But looking at our ordinances, powers and duties of the committee, they are allowed to make amendments to the Art in Public Places program. They are tasked with adopting a public arts master plan, identifying location for public artworks, and establishing a priority order. I feel that if they want to update that master plan, that they should make those recommendations to us regarding that update. That they recommend to us the expenditures for the Art in Public Places programs. If they would like to say how we should try to focus our expenditures in certain aspects, including the kinetic or the different types of sculptures, I feel that that is important. I feel that, and so based upon my understanding is that I would like the Arts Commission to come back with us to an agenda to ratify, to allow them to have their workshop. It's not an open workshop. It's based upon the agenda that they agree to have. And with your plan, I understand your time is valuable as well. So make sure that it's not using too much of your time, that it's not like a weekly thing or something, that we are able to accomplish this.
So if I may speak?
Yes.
So just, you don't know much about me, or just a little bit. So I have managed actually a great deal of workshops about public art, both for the city of West Palm and for the city of Delray Beach, among other South Florida cities. So just in terms of, and you have a very good arts board in terms of their thinking and their dialogue and their discussion. So I think that not only that, with other people who would join that workshop, you will see some good results come about how to make your program more meaningful to you and to the city. But I'm more than welcome, of course, the next arts board meeting will establish an agenda, recommended agenda, and bring it back to you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Katz.
So maybe I missed it, but why can't these items be added as discussion items by the arts board to an arts board agenda?
Because they already have other items that they're discussed, and they would want to have it more of on a weekend to try to get more of the public involved. That's kind of the workshop aspect of it.
Gotcha. So one, I shared some of the sentiment of Vice Mayor Hay that, you know, as listed in the backup, conducting workshops by advisory boards really isn't a thing or has not been a thing. And I do worry opening that door means that every advisory board could decide to schedule workshops kind of at their whim potentially once we allow that. I just want to make sure, again, in the backup information, it says how will this affect the programs. It says in the backup could expand the authority of the board without the authority first being brought before the commission. So I just want to make sure, I think I'm on the same page with Vice Mayor Hay that I have no problem with the members of the arts board being at, you know, a notice meeting so they could talk to each other in the sunshine. But I would feel more comfortable with staff, like having a staff public arts meeting, and if it's noticed in accordance to, you know, all the rules with the sunshine. I don't know about the advisory board. The open-ended part scares me. Even if we put an agenda together, I still think that I wouldn't want the board deliberating over topics outside their purview that were never verified by us. So I feel more comfortable with staff running this type of workshop because they would stay 100% within the bounds because they're directed to as staff. Whereas, I mean, no disrespect, obviously, to anyone on the board, but I'm sure that people on the arts board might have ideas that won't be on that agenda or might stray from that agenda, and there would be no way to moderate or stop a discussion from coming off of the avenue that's supposed to. So I'm not opposed to people wanting to put in more effort and having an extra meeting. You know, I think that's great, but I just want to make sure that it doesn't, by approving this, we're not ceding authority or creating new authority for an advisory board that could then be interpreted as a precedent for all advisory boards to conduct meetings and talk about broad-ranging topics. So I've got concerns while respecting what appears to be the intended purpose.
Commissioner Pensurga.
Thank you. So many of the things have already been said. And so let me begin by saying that I want to commend the Arts Advisory Board. You know, when people want to be proactive and they want to do more things, I think that's a good problem, right? We should be welcoming that in a sense. So I think the real difference here is that my understanding, and this answer is partly the question by Commissioner Katz as to why this couldn't happen in a regular meeting, is that advisory boards, their agenda is set by staff. Is that correct? They are not set by the actual advisory board members. The meeting may be run by the chair, but they're generally regulated by an agenda set by staff. And so the conversation we should be having is this the kind of advisory boards we want? Right now, advisory boards take lead from staff and staff take lead from us. And right now there is the idea that they are on their own, going rogue, if you will, coming up with ideas and proposals and action steps that are not something that staff asked for or the city commission asked for. So I know we need to have that conversation. How do we want our advisory boards to work? Which of the two? From my standpoint, I think there's a compromise. If the topic is something that this commission has supported, whether it's racial equity or topics about mural programs, that seems to be quote unquote blessed by us already. And we also need to make it clear what the process would be for advisory board members to add agenda items that may be off the beaten path, if you will. And in those situations, I would recommend that advisory board members come to us, one of the commissioners, present their ideas to us directly. And I do wish more of them would come and speak with us during the meeting and give updates. And then from here, we will decide if that is a direction that we want to give to staff. And so I think the compromise here is if it's a topic that we have already supported, then by all means, continue to flesh out the details. It is in service of the direction we have already given. If it's a new topic, by all means, come to the commission. Let us deliberate if that is even a direction that we are interested in proceeding and take it from there.
So I just want to reiterate, I think we have a 3-2 vote or consensus to not have the public workshop. And that if any of the Arts Board members want to talk about an item, that they would come to the city commission meeting so that we can direct staff to put it on their agenda. Is that kind of what the commission is looking to do? Yes.
I think so. And it kind of, the way you described it, kind of reminds me of the CRA advisory board where, we set their agenda by virtue of our actions up here and staff by virtue of normal business. And we can add items to their agenda. And as you said, if someone comes in and says, I'm an Arts Board member, I want to discuss this topic, we could say, yes, that's fine. Staff, please add that to the agenda. Or as Commissioner Pensurga said, if it's a topic that we don't want to explore, then we would say no, and it wouldn't get on there. So I think treating it more like the way items get on the CRA advisory board agenda would make me more comfortable, because then, just speaking bluntly, if an advisory board is going to talk about stuff and it's a topic that I don't support, I would want an opportunity to say, I don't want that board to stray in that direction. And I think that, majority rule obviously would dictate if 3 people up here want them to talk about it, then they would be blessed to do so.
Go ahead.
I'll just say, enough said. I'm not going to repeat what he said. I just want to ask, are you considered being on the Arts Commission board rather than advisory?
It's the same thing.
Well, it's in terms of you giving you said you worked at Palm Beach County Arts Commission for
I
a
worked
number of
as
years.
prior to coming to Boynton Beach, I was a consultant in public art in Florida. And so I managed a lot of workshops and programs to develop public art programs throughout the state. So that's just all I'm just saying is that I feel, just as your staff person, I feel comfortable in terms of controlling the discussion and focusing the discussion and making it valuable to you and to the city. That's all I meant. I'm a citizen board.
I'm okay. And so it's similar to what I kind of said earlier, is that ask have the commission say what items they want on their agenda, and I guess come to us directly. So if they want to have a spokes, and so the issue is that they cannot discuss what items that they would want to have on their agenda at their commission meeting. Any individual can put any item on, can request that item to us. And so I guess that is what's going to have to happen. So anybody on the Arts Commission that wants to have an agenda item can come to the city commission meeting.
Mayor?
Yeah.
I just want to reiterate one of my points. And again, if it's a topic that we have already given blessing to, if we use that term, then absolutely, I think they should have, if they need it, if they feel that it's necessary to have a workshop on that topic, by all means. They are trying to be helpful, and it is in service of the direction that we have given. So, for example, later today, if we support the exploration of a mural arts program, and they are requesting for a workshop on the very same topic that we are supporting that's in service to us. And so I see no issue with that.
I see there's a difficulty in understanding what they can and cannot have a workshop on, because unless we specifically say they can have the workshop, they cannot have the workshop.
Okay, then we will have to make that clear. But if it is in service to us, then I am in favor of that.
Absolutely. So hopefully we can get an agenda and we can have the Arts Commission have a workshop.
Mayor,
Yes.
question, I guess, for one of the attorneys. Would this workshop have with it the authority to take votes? Or would discussion be the only permissible activity at this workshop?
I'll jump in on that. So, the open-ended way in which it started as an open-ended workshop made it sound as though there would be no outcome. But for any advisory board, let's just shift from arts advisory board to all advisory boards, the goal of the meeting is to provide a recommendation or advice to the city commission. So there has to be a conclusion to that. So I would think that it certainly is called a workshop, but there's nothing that prohibits a workshop that's open to the public and has the appropriate notice and record of the meeting, concluding with consensus by members of a particular board to give their advice to the commission. So that's in the art of structuring the agenda. So it's, it could be discussion and action on, and then a list of what the items are that the commission wants to receive advice on.
Okay, and thank you for the clarification. And I don't fundamentally have a problem with voting to give a recommendation. I just want to make sure that, the Arts Board has the authority in its normal capacity to literally vote to take action on items within their purview. And I just want to make sure that any sort of vote or consensus established at a potential workshop would be a recommendation. It would not be, if a majority of the Arts Board at this workshop said we want to vote to do this, that it, by virtue of blessing this workshop, it wouldn't then bless authority to act outside of the normal actions that are taken at an Arts Board.
Mayor.
Commissioner Romulus.
Yeah, if I may, and just to clarify, Jim, please correct me if I'm wrong. The actions that the board is allowed to take usually entails approval or denial of pieces of art or work that is coming in from a development or something like that around the county, or sorry, the city, correct?
That seems to be what the agendas have entailed in the past, yes.
And correct. So therefore, I mean, their actions would not or could not potentially allow them to do anything else other than that. So, I think I don't know, I guess, what the miscommunication or the hairiness was in this question. I felt like it was very superficial and clear that this board simply wants to gather and discuss what our arts programs could look like moving forward. I think it's a very simple ask. I feel like we're making a mountain out of a molehill here. And so I would hope that my colleagues would kind of step back just a little bit and not be so stringent on this. I think this is a very important discussion for a board that, really has the ability to structure what our downtown and other parts of our city aesthetically and visually looks like. I think it's important for them to have these open discussions and really put out on the table what it could look like for visually representing our community and our residents. And Greg Weiss, with his experience and what he's done, he's clearly has the ability to lead these discussions and allow for them to be productive and lead to something appropriate. So I would hope that this discussion leads to allowing for this board to have this workshop ultimately leading to the Arts Commission recommending something to us that we can then say, go through and kind of explore and say, okay, we like or we don't like, or we accept or we deny. I think really that's what this is, and that would be the hope or the goal of this workshop.
Commissioner, let me just comment that, the purpose of bringing the matter to the commission was not to suggest that workshop meetings of a board are not legal. They certainly are legal. My concern was, the way it started was an open-ended workshop. So just imagine if the city commission agenda was published in the same manner and just said the commission will be discussing a number of issues on June the 15th, 2021. That would hardly provide the public with the opportunity to decide whether they want to come and participate and provide their input on that. So the reason I wanted to read the list that Glenn provided was because that list in and of itself would be sufficient to establish the structure for conducting the meeting, which Glenn would moderate using that as his agenda, or the chair, with the assistance of the chair as well, of course. But it would also give the public the opportunity to know what's going to be discussed without having to come over and find out, and that eliminates the opportunity for anybody to argue later on that ideas and concepts and recommendations to the commission, were developed in secret.
Agreed. And as long as, again, we're within our purviews of the law in terms of sunshine and properly noticing the public, I think as long as we are doing that, we should allow the board to be able to again, take this initiative to hopefully bring us back something that's productive and that will paint an image or paint a picture, no pun intended, of what the future of our arts program can look like. Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
just to sound like the risk of sounding like a wet blanket too, I just ask you to consider and just think of this moving forward in terms of workshop, good idea, bad idea. It's not, my comment's not related. It's related to, this is going to take staff time and cost. The city clerk's going to have to be there. This is a weekend. It's going to be several hours potentially. Okay, an isolated incident, no matter what. But we have to maintain recording. We have to do minutes. We have to support that meeting like all of our other advisory boards. That we have limited staff in the clerk's office. So moving forward, I ask the boards, if this becomes popular, to be mindful of that impact on city staff and being able to maintain the record and do the minutes and the whole thing. And you're talking weekends and so forth. So I'll work that out. Glenn may become a recording secretary, the meeting agenda person and everything else, but that is just another consideration.
Mayor, if I may, if that's one of the concerns in terms of trying to have staff have to come in on a weekend and do all that, then perhaps we dictate that the workshop happens on a weekday, perhaps just after hours. That way it would probably just be that a couple of staff members just stay a couple extra hours after the workday and help conduct this. But, if it's really a matter of we don't want to do this on a Saturday versus this not happening, period, just because we don't want it, I think that's a simple fix.
I think it goes back to the agenda that this commission will approve or not approve. And so I think, can I get a consensus from the commission to allow the Arts Advisory Board to help propose an agenda to us that they would like to further explore?
Bring that
back to us to approve, so that, and it's something that you're saying, oh, well, does this open it up to all the advisory boards to come back with us for a special agenda? The answer is yes, it does. However, it's something that we understand that this is taxpayer money being used to have these meetings for their volunteer time. And so it's something that we have to weigh the costs versus the benefits. And I feel that art is one of those things that has the benefits of economic aspects for our city. And that's just something that is very important for the future. So if I can, I would ask for a motion, I think, to allow the Arts Advisory Board to propose a workshop agenda.
So moved.
Thank you. Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Glad we got that taken care of.
Thank you. Thank you, tonight.
All right. Now we appoint eligible members to the community to serve in vacant positions on city advisory boards. Our first appointment is our advisory board. I would like to nominate Kelly Drum to a regular position.
Is that a form of a motion?
Yes, please.
Okay, second.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. We still have one alternate position available on the Art Advisory Board. Building Board of Adjustments and Appeals, we have 2 regular and 2 alternate positions available. Education and Youth Advisory Board, Vice Mayor, you have a regular position and one
Yes,
applicant.
I'd like to nominate Dr. Stephanie Hayden Adilimo.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. We have 1 regular and 1 alternate position available on the Historic Resources Preservation Board. We have 1 regular position on the Recreation and Parks Board, and we have 1 regular position on the Senior Advisory Board. Next, administrative discuss attendance at the Florida League of Cities Annual Conference in Orlando from August 12th to the 14th. I attended on the June 11th, the Florida League of Cities Legislative Policy. I do plan on attending. One of the big things that I discussed was in regards to annexation, specifically seeing if the state legislature can get language for the septic to sewer possibilities so that we can move forward with some of the unincorporated areas that are still on septic systems within our water district. In addition, I mentioned regarding economic development, possibility of Enterprise Florida providing metropolitan grants to cities like ourselves to help with economic development on the smaller scale. So we will need a motion to approve commission travel for Florida League of Cities events.
Mayor, I plan to attend as well. Do we need a individual separate motion for each person?
I just need to know who, and we'll work with you. I'll get
Okay.
Candace to reach out and get your registrations and everything taken care of, getting the hotel booked.
So
So we just-
moved.
I would like to attend the
Okay.
Florida League of Cities.
So we got a motion from Commissioner Romulus. Is there a second?
Second, but just again to get how many people are going, just for the record.
You have funding for all 5 of you to go if you care to, because your travel's been so limited with COVID. So the budget's available, and it's up to you.
So if you want to go look at your calendars, I don't think you need the
No,
decision.
we have the overall consensus for the group to go, and then just let us know so we can do the group, registration and get your rooms blocked ASAP.
Because you would want to be at the
It's out on the
hotel.
hotel, and it's
And
not
it's
fun.
not as fun to travel for the daily learning sessions.
The agenda of the whole conference is in your backup, so you can take a look and see if that interests you.
Would we drive our own vehicles up there?
Yeah, we wouldn't reimburse you to fly. You can fly if you care to, but it's Orlando, so
No, that's
mileage is reimbursable, your
3
travel
hours. What's
expenses,
that? Nothing.
registration, per diem, and so forth.
Piece of cake.
And so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Moving on to consent agenda. Would anyone like to pull any of the items for consent agenda? Motion to approve. Is there a second? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Moving forward with proposed ordinance 21-014.
An ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending ordinance 89-38 by amending the future land use element of the comprehensive plan for property commonly known as Newth Road and described herein, changing the land use designation from local retail commercial to mixed use low, providing for conflict, severability, and an effective date.
Motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Open for discussion. Yes. I don't believe the commission asked for the staff report as we received one at the first reading.
I just didn't want to go out of order. Thank you. My name's Jason. Good evening. My name's Jason Mankoff.
Make sure you're speaking to the microphone.
I haven't been sworn in yet either, so I need to be.
Would you like to be sworn in? Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be true?
I do.
Thank you.
Good evening. Jason Mankoff. I'm an attorney with Sickland Lubitz. I'm here on behalf of Quail Ridge. Are we talking about both ordinances here together, or are we splitting them up?
We just spoke about the first ordinance 21-014.
Right. So my discussion is going to be on both. Do you want me to do it now on both? Do you want me to wait? I mean, I don't want to waste your time and have the same presentation twice. So
Mayor, it's one agenda item and then two ordinances under the one
So if you
item.
wouldn't mind, we'll have the attorney read the second ordinance into the record.
An ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending ordinance 20-013 to rezone a parcel of land described herein and commonly referred to as Newth Road from PCD, Planned Commercial Development, to SMU, Suburban Mixed Use, providing for conflict, severability, and an effective date.
All right. Thank you. I'll start again. Jason Manko, for the record, I'm an attorney with Sickland Lubitz. I'm here on behalf of Quail Ridge Country Club. I did submit an email to each of you individually and to the city clerk at a different email address on June 9th. Hopefully you each have gotten a chance to read that, so I won't read, again and spend the time. There was a prior letter that was also attached to that letter of June 9th, which I was not here at the first reading, but I heard discussions stating that the letter was not received. I think we came to the understanding that it was sent to the generic city clerk email address, and thus it wasn't received by the city clerk email address that I got later on. So hopefully you all have.
Mayor Grant, I believe the microphone might be turned off. We're not able to hear audio.
All right, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. As I was stating, the real issue here concerns the height setback envelope, which is a requirement in your SMU zoning district, which is going to be the proposed zoning district that this property is going to be rezoned to if a successful vote is here tonight. And quite simply, the height setback envelope in the SMU, it requires a minimum setback 3 times the building height for multifamily or non-residential zoning districts. And at the prior meeting, not the first meeting, not the last meeting, but at a prior meeting, if you recall, there's been a little history to this application. It was first turned down by this commission, then it came back for a revote to hear it again. But at one of the prior meetings, the staff your staff did put on the record that the height setback requirement envelope will be applied to this property, which is being rezoned and as part of this future land use amendment. Additionally, in your email letter that I sent you, there's an email from March 2nd from the city staff, and it states that the city attorney and I agree that the setback regulation we discussed would be applicable to the Quail Ridge Country Club property as well. And just, with context, because it may not be abundantly clear, though I think it hopefully is, the property that we're talking about that it would be applicable to isn't Quail Ridge, because that's not in Boynton Beach. So it would never have your SMU zoning for the Quail Ridge property. It's this property, and they're saying that it would be applicable to the Quail Ridge property, meaning Quail Ridge would have the protection that is being provided by this SMU height setback envelope. And that's clearly what that email is stating. Why is this important today? I did listen to your last meeting a couple of times. I wanted to make sure I understood all the issues. Why is this important today? Because I know you guys have discussed this will be a site plan issue. This will be handled later. It's important today because as part of your requirements for a rezoning and a land use change, compatibility is one of the requirements for each of those. And it is our position that without the implementation and putting this height setback envelope into the record, being sure that is going to be applied. And we're not opposing the rezoning and the land use change. We just want to make sure that all understand, including the property owner, the city, any future city commissions, any future city attorneys, clerks, whatever it may be, any potential developers or buyers of the property, that they need to understand. So, I'm a land use attorney. You don't want to be caught by surprises. That's the one thing you don't. If you know everything is going to happen, then you can adjust to it. But you don't want to buy a piece of property and later find out, well, this isn't what I had in mind. So we are hoping that you will state on the record, as the email says and as staff has stated, that this SMU height setback regulation will be applied to this property if it is rezoned. And if that finding is made, we certainly believe the compatibility finding could be made as well. So I don't want to spend more of your time. It's a very simple request from our position. We certainly appreciate the help that city staff has given us throughout the time. And I obviously be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions? Yes, Commissioner Katz.
To the legal, is this something that would be recommended by legal, or is this something that simply would be hashed out by virtue of a future site plan submitted at a future date and the purview of that board at that time, based on our ordinances and our codes?
I'm not, when you say hashed out later, it's on the agenda now.
I mean, the request being made with regards to the height or the setback, like the ratio, the height to setback ratio.
Okay, so that would be just with the site plan when it
Right.
comes.
So that, and I understand the position of Quail Ridge, which is they don't want a building built close to their property line. But because this might come back in 6 months or 6 years, I don't know if I would be comfortable trying to set a requirement that a future commission would be within their right to decide or grant whatever variance or whatever. I don't see this is, I guess to my original comment meetings ago, this is a site plan discussion that doesn't exist at this time. And I know Quail Ridge wants to cook in some sort of assurances on the front end, but I'm not comfortable. I guess the question to Jim, if he's still on the call, is there any reason to actually do this other than it's being requested by a neighboring municipality?
There is no reason to do it. Mr. Mankoff has already read into the record, the point that staff and myself have opined to in the past. That it's just not necessary to deal with it tonight. It's a site plan issue to be taken up in the future, and the record of tonight's proceeding could be read back to whatever commission that is in the future, if and when it ever happens.
Thank you. So, I mean, that's my position, that I don't, as a current commissioner, want to take a position that may be used to bind a future commission's actions when they have options by virtue of their normal proceedings. So I respect the position of Quail Ridge. I fully understand what they're trying to do here, but I just don't see it as, I don't like tying the hands of future commissions if that's what this might be used to do, because they have rights, and at that time, whenever it is, they would be allowed to exercise their rights. I don't want to dictate to a future board or handcuff them.
Jim, I do have a question for you, or I don't know if our land planning staff is that, could future commissions decide to change the land planning and the future land use, land development regulations to allow less of a setback or increased height for this location?
Yes, those regulations, as expressed in the city's code of ordinances, are not etched in stone.
Okay, so we do hear you, and whatever is done today at this, sort of what our current land development regulations do apply. However, those are subject to change according to future commissions. So, the aspect of what, I heard with the BDB is that, whether we have appetite or any future commission has appetite to expand suburban mixed use to include 2 different zonings of more than 65 feet or not. So as of right now, I think you're pretty much in the clear on our current land development regulations that it's a 75 feet setback. And is that a 75 feet setback from the property line or any adjacent property improvements?
Well, it's actually a triple setback. It's not necessarily a 75-foot setback.
It's triple of the building.
Whatever the height of the building might be. But I appreciate your question, because that's a great question. And, we certainly understand that the regulations could change. And I appreciate Mr. Chero stating, again on the record, that his current interpretation of the code as it stands today is that the height setback requirement would be applicable to the property. So, that's really what we wanted to hear on the record again. And, anyone who may be listening, maybe intending to buy the property or whatever it may be, right now, that's the interpretation of the city attorney. And obviously we understand that the codes are always flexible and could change, but at the current time, that is the status of the property. So thank you for that, Mr. Chero.
Okay, I guess you could lead us now in singing Kumbaya.
Have a good night. Thank you.
And I just want to clarify, it's the setback of the property line, correct? Okay, thank you. All right, is there any other questions, comments, or statements from the testimony from the public? All right, seeing none, may I have a roll call on proposed ordinance 21-014?
Mayor Grant,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hay, Commissioner Katz,
Yes.
Commissioner Romulus,
Aye.
Commissioner Penserga.
Yes.
Vote is 5-0.
May I have a motion on proposed ordinance number 21-015?
So moved.
We got a first by Commissioner Katz, second by Vice Mayor Hay. Is there any further discussion by the commission or the public? Seeing none, may I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Hay,
Aye.
Commissioner Katz,
Yes.
Commissioner Romulus,
Aye.
Commissioner Penserga,
Yes.
Mayor Grant.
Yes.
Vote is 5-0.
May I have a reading of ordinance 21-018?
An ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 2, Section 2-1.2, Vice Mayor Appointment, providing for annual appointment or reappointment of new vice mayor for a 1-year term, providing for repeal of laws in conflict, severability, codification, and an effective date.
May I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Is there any discussion from the public, commission? Not seeing any. May I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Katz,
Yes.
Commissioner Romulus,
Aye.
Commissioner Pincirga,
Yes.
Mayor Grant,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hay.
Aye.
Vote is 5-0.
Ordinance number 21-019, may I have a reading, please?
An ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, rescinding ordinance 20-041 and approving the abandonment of an approximately 76-foot-long section of the 5-foot wide alley along the south side of Lot 1, Meeks addition to Boynton Plat, authorizing the city manager to execute a disclaimer, which shall be recorded with this ordinance in the public records of Palm Beach County, Florida, and providing an effective date.
May I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
And my quick question is that we are in agreement with the property owner to rescind this abandonment? And do we have that in writing?
Good evening, Ed Brees, Planning and Zoning Administrator. Yes, we don't have it in writing. We've met with the developer of Wells Landing, and they are in agreement with this. This is the quickest way for them to move forward with their project. At some point in time, the city probably will come back and ask for the remainder of the abandonment of the alley. And in doing so, at the same time, we will be creating the easement, so we don't have to get the easement consent from each adjoining property. That's what would slow this process down. And that's why we're requesting to rescind the previous and take this action instead.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're not subjugating ourselves to any sort of lawsuit by rescinding an abandonment.
No, the conditions of approval of the original abandonment indicated that the property owners would need to sign the easement consents, and that has not occurred. So we are taking this action in lieu of that.
Okay, thank you.
Quite welcome.
We have a motion and a second. No, I'll take another one.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Is there any
We have
further- Yes, Kristel?
My apologies. So we are going with a motion by Commissioner Katz, a second by Vice Mayor Hay.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right. There's no further comments from the commission, no comments from the public. May I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Romulus,
Aye.
Commissioner Pincirga,
Aye.
Mayor Grant,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hay,
Aye.
Commissioner Katz.
Yes.
Vote is 5-0.
Thank you. Moving on to City Manager's report, presentation on the climate change vulnerability assessment for the City of Boynton Beach conducted in collaboration with Coastal Resilience Partnership of Southeast Palm Beach County.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Rebecca Harvey, Sustainability Coordinator, and I'll present on the climate change vulnerability assessment that the city has just completed as a member of the Coastal Resilience Partnership of Southeast Palm Beach County. And I have Liz Perez, the President of Collective Water Resources, here with me tonight, who's our Chief Consultant on the project, to answer any technical or specific questions. And I realize it's late. I'll try to fly through my slides as quickly as I can. John, can I have the next slide, please? So the Coastal Resilience Partnership, or CRP, is a group of 7 municipalities from Boca Raton up to Lake Worth Beach and Palm Beach County that have identified common issues and needs related to climate change and sea level rise. We signed an interlocal agreement in 2019 to jointly procure this climate change vulnerability assessment. Next slide. We kicked off the assessment, or CCVA, in March 2020 and followed this 5-step process outlined by the U.S. Climate Resilience Toolkit. Next slide. The study looked at 12 climate threats that are salient to Southeast Florida. They're color-coded by type of threat, and several of these were assessed using a narrative analysis based on lit review and reports. Things like harmful algal blooms, drought, shoreline recession, saltwater intrusion were narrative. On the next slide, you see the 5 threats that were assessed with a robust spatial analysis. And these are high winds, rainfall-induced flooding, extreme heat, tidal flooding, and storm surge. And these are the results I will focus on. On the next slide shows the 7 categories of community assets that were covered in the assessment. And the next slide shows public engagement. And I'd be happy, I'm flying through these, they're all in your backup, but feel free to ask me questions. We did public outreach through the course of the project. On the next slide, we jump into the study itself and the methodology. So vulnerability refers to susceptibility of an asset to the negative impacts from climate change. And it includes 2 main components, potential impact and adaptive capacity. So you take the example of rainfall-induced flooding. Potential impact is whether the property was built in harm's way, so is it in a floodplain or not, as well as the property type and its criticality. And adaptive capacity is based on whether the properties were built before or after the base flood elevation requirements were put into place. So every threat has its own specific criteria for assessing adaptive capacity and potential impact. They're each classified low, medium, high, and then this matrix that you see is used to assess vulnerability based on those 2 components. On the next slide, you'll see that risk is also classified using the same method. Risk is the probability and negative outcome of a threat. For rainfall-induced flooding, again, probability is the likelihood of a flood occurring based on which floodplain the property is in, and consequence is the potential flood depth. Again, the matrix is used to classify risk, and the next slide shows a 3rd matrix that is then used to combine the vulnerability and risk scores into a final metric of combined vulnerability and risk. This is the main output that we focus on. And it's aggregated, as you see, to a map at the census tract level. So you can see spatially where the areas of highest vulnerability and risk to each threat are. Moving on to the next slide. In addition to physical vulnerability, social vulnerability is considered in every threat assessment. And this just shows 2 examples of the many metrics that the consultants provided us. These show in the purple is the CDC's Social Vulnerability Index, and the orange is percentage of households that rely on SNAP or Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. There are other metrics as well that we can overlay with the threat assessments to integrate equity into our prioritization of strategies. On the next slide, this is just summaries of the main findings. And moving on to the next slide, we'll turn to Boynton Beach specifically. The table here lists the key vulnerabilities in the city and the geographic areas affected. I will go through these one by one. Next slide shows rainfall-induced flooding and residential properties. For this assessment, we found 25% of residential properties in city limits are currently vulnerable and at risk to this threat, increasing to 39% by 2070. So this is the threat with the highest levels of vulnerability throughout the city. Each of these slides also gives an example adaptation strategy. That is just one example drawn from a comprehensive list of recommended strategies that we have in the final report, and we can take our time to look at over the coming months because there's really a lot in there. On the next slide, you'll see similar output for rainfall-induced flooding and commercial and industrial properties. This map identifies highest vulnerability along Congress Ave, the Congress Ave corridor, both south and north. Next slide zooms back out to the regional level to look at the tidal flooding assessments. We looked at both current and future with sea level rise. What you're seeing here is the map for 2020 as well as 2070 with 33 inches of sea level rise, which is based on unified sea level rise projections for Southeast Florida. This is the intermediate high level. We also did 2040 scenarios of 5-inch and 13-inch. And over, so the real story with tidal flooding is that not a lot of properties right now are vulnerable. We have about 30 residential properties in Boynton Beach that are, but that is projected to increase tenfold over the coming decades to 300. So it underscores the need to begin to plan and adapt today. On the next slide, we see storm surge projections also for 2020 and 2070. Currently, about 660 residential properties are vulnerable, and most of these have high potential flood depth, greater than 3 feet. So evacuation and response capacity is critical when addressing storm surge. On the next slide, high winds, which is a little bit different because exposure is the same across the geographic area, unlike flooding. But so vulnerability is determined by the types of properties and the year they were built, before or after the Florida Building Code. And this map, you can see, also overlays the social data as I described. It has purple hatching showing high levels of a social vulnerability index. So you can pick out the areas that are dark maroon there, which are high physical vulnerability, as well as having the lines on them, the intersection of the social and physical. And finally, the last map I'll show you is extreme heat assessment, which builds on what we have been doing with the tree canopy program and also calls attention to other heat mitigation measures that the city may consider. Turning to the next slide, all of what you've seen is at the aggregate census tract level, but the assessment also gives us data for specific assets. So the line in gray is highlighting municipal owned assets, city-owned facilities that are vulnerable and at risk to each of the threats. We have 18 to high winds, 7 to 9 to rainfall, et cetera. Currently, we have no identified assets vulnerable to tidal flooding, but I'll draw your attention also to the last line of this table, which shows miles of inaccessible roads projected. So we need to think not just of the properties themselves being vulnerable, but the connectivity and accessibility to those properties. And then water infrastructure was also assessed and confidential maps were provided to the utility. On the next slide, highlights equity. We are sharing the results and insights of the project with the FIU team, with David Scott's team that is conducting the city's racial and social equity assessment. And these are some key guidelines highlighted here to develop climate actions with an eye to equity. And finally, one more slide, well, a couple more slides, but on this near last slide, completing the vulnerability assessment puts the city in a strong position to take advantage of upcoming funding and financing opportunities. We are already discussing and preparing for the state and federal grants that are coming down for resilience, recovery, and infrastructure. And by understanding what is at risk and planning for resilience, we can hope to increase our bond ratings, protect our property and tax base, and leverage private sector investment over time. And finally, next steps. As we are receiving all of the deliverables and the detailed data from the consultant team, We will be holding staff trainings next month to understand the data and its applications and discuss how we might integrate it into city processes. And going forward in the next fiscal year, we will look to do more community outreach based on the results, vet through and review all the lists of prioritized recommendations from the study to start to develop an adaptation plan, and continue to meet and collaborate with the coastal resilience partners to learn from each other in this process. Finally, thank you for your time. I want to thank our consultant team led by Liz. They've really been superheroes on this very complex project. Brazaga and Fernleaf Interactive are the other main consultants, with many, 6 or so other subcontractors. And thank you all for listening. I'll be happy to take any questions.
So one of the things that I received some emails after there was the community green planting in Barton Park is that they didn't feel like they wanted the trees in that park. And so I was like, no, they may not understand the perception of why we need to have the trees in our open spaces as well. Not to say that we can't have open spaces for fields, but that type of park is something where we want to have the tree canopy. I saw what was going on with with the JC Park, where we were able to plant 80 additional trees, and it's something that over the next 3 to 5 years we'll actually see the furtherance of that tree canopy. So it's like we're planting the trees today for tomorrow, and we need to make sure that the community understands what we're doing this for and why. So thank you for having this presentation, and we look forward to planting more trees. Any other comments from the commission or the public?
Good evening. My name is Tom Warnke. I live at 2780 Worcester Road, and I sit on the Sustainability Committee with Rebecca Harvey, and this assessment is very important. I wish she had a whole lot more time this evening to go into the details. Along with the Southeast Florida Climate Compact, which Boynton is now a part of, it's a way to see the future and prepare for it. I wanted to comment about one thing that could impact insurance rates in coastal flooding. And it started with a committee that I served on. I was appointed by the mayor of Boynton Beach to serve on a committee to assess ways to make the Boynton Inlet more safe for boaters. A lot of people have died, not a lot, but there's quite a few people who've lost their lives because of how dangerous the inlet is. It was a 2-year process. It was funded by the South Florida Water Management District. And over the course of those 2 years, we came up with quite a few recommendations with the help of coastal planners. And one of the things that came into discussion was how to prevent the flooding in the lagoon. And last week, the town of Palm Beach presented their assessment of lagoon flooding that was presented to them by Woods Hole Oceanographic, the foremost authority in the world on this type of micro planning for coastal areas. And Woods Hole recommended that they'll look very closely at the threat from the flooding from the lagoon. They're going to raise the lake trail. They're going to require an extra 2 feet of seawall height along the lagoon. But one of the things that surprised me was the same subject that we brought up when I was on the committee about Boynton Inlet. And Woods Hole actually put on the record that they should look at a way to put storm protection all the way across Palm Beach Inlet, like they have on the Thames River in England at London, to keep that storm surge from flooding the city. That's a multi-billion-dollar project to put a storm gate of some type across Palm Beach Inlet. But Boynton Inlet is only 150 feet wide. And there might be a way in the future to consider a storm gate with one-way water flow during high rainfall so that the storm surge from a big storm wouldn't flood the whole lagoon. If we got a stationary hurricane like Dorian sitting on us instead of off in the Bahamas, then the lagoon would fill up and everybody would have water in their homes. But with a gate across that, Boynton has about a 20-foot dune, a 20-foot coastal ridge at Oceanfront Park. You've got quite a drop to the ocean. And our storm surges here aren't strong like they are in the Gulf of Mexico. So a gate like that is worth keeping on a back burner somewhere. I just wanted to put it on the record that that's the type of thing that long-term planning, it could be feasible, and everybody's insurance rates who live on the lagoon might be impacted favorably, which would save billions of dollars in insurance for flood insurance. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. And no, I remember last fall, and I think that we all do, where we saw the flooding happen, and part of that was because of the king tides and the sea level rise. I don't know. I remember the conversation of sea level rise for over 20 years, and if it continued, and that's what happens, is that if it's an inch a year or less than half an inch a year over 20 years, that's almost a foot. So this is the aspect of the sea level rise, and we need to do what we can here because Florida is not a very mountainous state. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Next, we move forward to our unfinished business. May I have a motion to remove from the table?
So move.
Second.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Lori, I see from the letter that there is, JKM will present a more detailed settlement solution during confidential settlement discussions and upcoming mediation. When is the planned mediation?
Next week, I believe June 23rd, Mayor. And I'll confirm that 1 second on my calendar. But we did receive today, dated June 15th, the submittal to Amanda Radigan from Mr. Markey regarding new site plan application for phase 3, parcels 2 and 3, site plan amendment for phase 237, site plan amendment for phase 1, city parcels, minor master plan amendment for Boynton Town Square. So I have not looked at it. I just found it in my email and Jim pointed it out to me. So I'll get with staff. I imagine this is information for us to consider as we go into mediation.
And I won't ask what the commission comments were, but have we all had a conversation with our city attorney regarding our own thoughts? Okay.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Vice Mayor Hay just needs to connect with Jim. I think they were missing one another.
Okay. So I'll third the commission. So hopefully that we can find a way to resolve this and get a parking garage on the southern parcel.
Mayor.
Yes.
So it is an opportunity. I'm going to make some statements. Nobody has to respond because obviously we have mediation pending and open litigation and all that. So I'm not looking for a conversation. I just want to point out. So in this latest monthly update, one of the paragraphs states that pending litigation has negatively affected the prospects of obtaining any project construction financing. That statement leads me to believe that even for the south parcel, JKM currently has zero. They do not have a financing partner. That worries me because over the past couple months, it's been common knowledge that JKM was attempting to strike some partnership deal with a third party to sell off other parcels under the premise that they still wanted to move forward and complete the southern parcel. This makes me believe that even that premise was impossible. Now that plan to sell off the central and north parcel appears to have fallen apart because the partner or the entity that was working with JKM is no longer involved with JKM. So I question to myself, again, I'm not asking to have a conversation about this, There is no project. JKM has no money, no capability as far as I can see. And I think in this latest update, pinning that lack of financing on pending litigation is a fantasy of an excuse, because any financial package from a lender could have provisions that say, pending the outcome of these litigation matters, yes, you will receive financing, or no, you will not. So I can't walk away from this without pointing out that it is, to me, an admission that there is no financing for even the southern parcel available at this time for JKM, and that the excuse is being teed up that somehow by protecting our interests and exercising our rights on behalf of the taxpayers that we are at fault, which is absurd. I'll leave that at that. My second point that I'll make to express my opinion to the public is all of these requests to me personally to amend this site plan for the central, the north parcel. If you can't do anything you committed to, I don't want to negotiate with a hostage taker. That land is being held hostage under the premise that it needs to be amended and changed. If you can't do the project, do the ethical and moral thing, admit it, which was the ultimatum we presented months ago, move forward or admit you cannot do it, but don't come back to us, this is my opinion, and ask to renegotiate a failed project while holding the land that was previously possessed by the city hostage so you can develop the next version of this. If there's going to be changes to the central and north parcel and JKM is able to proceed with the south parcel, that should be for this board to unilaterally decide. I know that is not so at this moment because the possession of the land is with JKM. But again, I know that ethics and morals mean nothing, and capitalism is the only variable for anyone who's working in a business. But I don't understand how you can have nothing to the table but a broken contract and then try to renegotiate it unilaterally. All of this blows my mind. And again, those are my own personal opinions. I take them no further than what I've said, but I feel like this has not been highlighted to the public, and I bit my tongue as long as I can because I do not want to negotiate with a property hostage taker, which is what this is to me.
All right.
Thank you.
So I don't believe we filed a lawsuit for breach of contract. And so that's something that there has been no breach of contract that this city has felt or a default on JKM has occurred. And so that's kind of where I have a different perception. And so I appreciate how you perceive this aspect. I perceive it differently because if we can get a better project that we couldn't have gotten 3 years ago, I think that's something that the commission should look for, rather than saying, oh, you didn't do what you said you were going to do, and you failed to notify us after the pandemic start that you didn't do what you said you were going to do, and we're not going to change that. But it doesn't stop us from working with the private property owner for a better project. And I'll open it up to the rest of the commission if they have any comments, or we'll wait to hear from mediation. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad to know that I am not the only one that has their mind blown. And so tonight I want to speak to my extreme concern and displeasure of everything that I have seen, because as I dig through the Town Square project, I am just unraveling more and more questions. And for the life of me, I cannot understand how we have come to this position. And so let me just recap for the public. This was a joint public-private partnership. On the public side, we had the city and the CRA, and then we, of course, had private developers. The success of Town Square that people are seeing are our municipal buildings, police, fire, water plant, and all of that, the chilling plant and City Hall. But how did we come to losing all of this land in the first place? You know, before us is this proposal from John Markey. Prior to this, there was another one from Jack Weir. Why are we talking about moving forward without simply asking what in the world happened to get us here in the first place? Now, the situation is that developers don't always do as they say. That's a given to me. So my focus has been, where are the protections? How did we easily give away $2 million in cash and all of this land bought for $10? Now we don't own any of it. And now, as he has characterized Commissioner Katz, we are being held hostage. And so now we're talking about what to do next. What's the next plan? And I would like to ask my colleagues, before we take any step forward, let us have an internal review, an investigation, some self-reflection as to what exactly happened. And one of the key questions that keep coming back to me is, where is the reverter clause? Why is there not one? Because this was a joint city and CRA project. And so don't you think if the CRA is working with the city and the CRA does this for a living, at some point must have said, you know, these are really good practices to have. We should protect ourselves and the interest and the public taxpayers. What happened? Where is the reverter clause? That's what I want to know. And every time I ask, I seem to be getting very evasive answers. And so what I want to say tonight is that I'm not going to support any major step forward until we have that conversation first. Because the standpoint that I'm coming from is, let's learn from our mistakes, find out what happened, because I do not want to vote unintentionally or take a direction that might very well bring us to the same or similar situation, whether in this project or some other project. I just want to learn what happened. So my question, I will begin with, why was there no reverter clause?
We would have to speak to our attorney for that question. And do you want to have it as a public meeting, or do you want to speak to him independently?
I think we need to have this as a public conversation, all of us asking these questions, because we need to learn from it. That is the intent.
Okay. I don't know if our attorney has the conversation. I understand that I did review a lot of the contracts. Have you reviewed the resolution? I do believe Exhibit G has the repurchase.
Yes, the options agreement.
Yeah, for the city to get back the land. So
for $100. And Mayor, believe me, I looked through the contracts. I wouldn't be making these comments if I did not do my homework. And the options, so the taxpayer contracts were approved in March of 2018. Later that year, in December, that was the options agreement, which, by the way, is not the same thing as reverter. Because it's a very weak reverter, if you want to call it that. That was terminated in December of 2018. And so were any of you informed about a reverter clause? Were any of you, was it a conscious decision not to have one? Who made that decision? And were you presented information to justify terminating the options agreement? I've seen the signatures. So we can't buy it back. So now we are where we are. So let's learn from our mistakes.
So, Jim, I don't know if you have a question, answer for the question, but why was there not a reverter clause?
Mayor, that's a complex question and that I am prepared to answer. I honestly do not think this is the right forum to do that. I've had several conversations with the commissioner regarding this issue. He has looked at documents. If he has questions about them, I'd be more than happy to spend more than 15 minutes, 20 minutes at a time going through that set of documents with him and the entire transaction. I think to reach the conclusion that there should have been or should not have been a different format of reverter clause is a complex issue that this forum is not the appropriate place to have that discussion. Every document that the city is bound by came before the city commission for approval. And I'm referring to the development agreements and all the component parts of the development agreement. And embedded in those documents was the authority for the mayor to sign other documents to facilitate the project as it moves forward. So I'm more than happy to talk to you all collectively about that. If you want to set a workshop to have that discussion, I'm prepared to have that with you. Plan on spending 3 hours with me to do that. It's not a simple transaction that could be discussed on the fly at a commission meeting when it's not agended.
All right. I do appreciate that answer, and that's something we will probably discuss at future agenda then.
Mayor?
Yeah.
I feel compelled to respond to Commissioner Pinsurger's remarks on some of these things. There was no action taken on this project in terms of agreements or modifications to any documents without the commission being fully aware of it and either voting on it or being informed. So I just want to make that clear for the public. And some of the comments made tonight, there was nothing happening in the back room, nothing out of, it just, maybe I'm taking a little personally right now because this is an extremely complex transaction. And I do not exaggerate, with probably over 40 agreements and documents that had to be executed. My town square book is this thick. Whether the commission recalls or even completely understands in any 1 second how everything came together, I can't even say I could verbalize it again because it was so complex. But we broke it down piece by piece by piece over almost a year. Multiple attorneys, multiple meetings, extremely complex. So I just feel compelled to say that publicly, that you all understand that, and we will sit down and go over it. It will take hours and hours to do that. Happy to do that. I don't think we made a mistake. Could we look back and do things maybe a little differently here and there? This is a P3 transaction. It's not a standard, let's do an RFP, I'll make an agreement with you, you're going to build that building, have a nice day. Very, very different and much more complex and more risk. And we had those discussions with the commission about additional risks as well. I'll leave it at that. I just felt the need to say that, but we will spend all the time in the world we need with you to go through this and refresh memories and help Commissioner Pinsurger understand, because he wasn't on the commission, and Commissioner Hay, I don't think you were either. So anytime you need, we are more than happy to do that.
Mayor?
Yes, Commissioner Hay.
Excuse me. This is something that's been a pet peeve with me. I was not on the dais at that time, but I recall sitting out there in the audience, because I came to just about every meeting, and that thought did go through my head. I never heard anything about a reverter clause. I think going forward, the fact that this is going to be coming before us with other projects, I think Jim is keen enough to not hold us for 4 hours, but maybe give us a Reader's Digest version that we could operate on. And because I believe in staff, and I know that staff would not intentionally misdirect us, especially, or anyone. But I think it's up to us as commissioners, as mayor, vice mayor, whatever, to understand a little bit better, because it's obvious at this stage that we don't understand enough about how and when there should be a reverter clause and what the conditions are and what is the impact if we go this direction or that direction. So to me, a workshop is in order. I would not want to stay, 4 hours. If Jim, who I have a lot of confidence in, couldn't break it down to something less than 4 hours, maybe we can do 1 or 2 hours in different workshops. Have workshop 1, workshop 2, workshop 3. But I think it's obvious that we need to have this conversation with our legal department so that we, as the governing body and the leaders of this city, make the right decisions, so we don't end up here again. Not saying that we will never, because I'm a computer analyst, and in the computer world, you never say never, okay? But so that we can not end up here again so quickly, that we will be educated on this a little bit better. I think it's in order to have that type of work. So that's my position of where I am.
All right. And I agree with everybody that we're trying to see what mistakes were made. I think the main thing that we have, that we requested a private developer to build a public parking garage, where if the city ended up funding the parking garage, we wouldn't have to necessarily worry about this. And so that's my comment. Is there anyone else that has a final comment before we move on to the next item? All right. Next, we have Commissioner Penserger requested information regarding economic development incentive programs offered by other cities throughout the country. David Scott and John Durgan will present the findings from a survey of regional redevelopment business incentive programs. May I have a motion to remove from the table?
So move.
Second.
Those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. John Durgan, Economic Development Manager. I have David Scott with me here as well, Director of Economic Development and Strategy. We were tasked with inventorying other cities and counties' incentive programs, economic development incentive programs throughout the county. And what we came up with is a list, and you guys have it in your backup agenda item. I put a presentation together to kind of highlight some of the incentive programs that we found. There's a large spectrum of different economic development programs and what they look like. So I just wanted to present to you a couple that we found, and we wanted to highlight that to kind of give you some idea of what different cities and CRAs offer throughout Palm Beach County. Next slide, please. So the first set of programs that I'm going to talk about briefly here are focused on large-scale development projects, mixed-use TOD projects, residential projects, and some of those incentive programs. So the first one I want to just briefly mention is the West Palm Beach CRA, is their Real Estate Development Accelerator Program. This is a project, a program for projects over $5 million. It's a performance-based tax incentive program. And some of those incentives as a part of the program do include upfront contributions tied to deliverables such as job creation. You'll see that theme throughout a lot of the incentive programs. A lot of them are tied to job creation, job growth, or retaining jobs in that respective jurisdiction. Reimbursement for specific improvements of the property as part of the development. Then tax increment financing, TIF payments over the period of time of that project as the tax revenues are increased, those TIF payments are made out. For this program, it's really taken on a case-by-case basis. And again, there are large-scale development projects and specific to the CRA district within this, the city of West Palm Beach. The next one I want to talk about is the City of Lake Worth Beach, their Economic Development and Investment Incentive Program. This program is made up of 4 different programs that can be utilized by any sort of developer or business coming into the city. The first one I want to talk about is their Sustainable Bonus Incentive Program. This is an incentive program for developers to increase their density, intensity, and height for a specific project. For example, you're allotted a 50% increase for projects that are 2 acres or larger west of Dixie Highway. So as you can see, really, again, this is a case-by-case basis depending on the development project and where that project is located within the city of Lake Worth Beach. Also under that umbrella of Lake Worth Beach's program, there's a transfer of development rights program. This is for development projects that have kind of maxed out that sustainable bonus incentive, and they're able to qualify for the transfer of development rights for for city-owned parcels that are purchased. And then the next program under that is going to be your economic investment incentive program. This offers financial incentives based on the anticipated new revenue stream from the city's electric, water, sewer, and stormwater utility funds. These incentives are based on the projected new revenue from the project over the first 3 to 5 years of their operations. And the incentive payments are made at different stages of that project's development. And again, I just want to reiterate that we're just kind of bringing to you some of them that are offered. There's a lot of different incentive programs that are out there in Palm Beach County in particular. And these are just some of them that really focus on development. And these ones also are much different. A lot of the programs are the same. You know, you bring new jobs into the city and you get some sort of tax incentive, a direct financial, whether that's a grant or a forgivable loan. There's many types of programs out there. And the last one I want to talk about, because it's a very unique one, is again, West Palm Beach's CRA is their Strategic Investment Streetscape Program. This is for projects that are underneath $5 million in their total estimated costs. And what they do is they offer developers a reimbursement of up to 50% of the cost of the streetscape improvements as a part of that project. So the intent of this project is really to bring the public sector, the private sector, property owners kind of together to collaborate to come up with specific design requirements for that area. And those upgrades do include landscaping and sidewalks. Next slide, please. The next programs that we do want to highlight here are based on business expansion and attraction. So these are for your companies and your business that you're trying to bring into your city. The first one I did want to highlight, because they do have a very robust program, is the City of Palm Beach Gardens. It's their Economic Development Incentive Program. This program provides funding assistance to attract businesses, to expand existing businesses within the city, and to attract new ones. It's really based off of the high quality, high skilled, high salary jobs. So this is not for any job. They're tied to high salary and high skilled labor in specific industries. And what the program does is it provides direct financial investments into that company in the form of grants for the number of jobs that are brought in to that city. And again, this is on a case-by-case basis. The application is very extensive. And underneath this program as well, the City of Palm Beach Gardens also did use some of this funding to provide the local match requirement for the state's qualified target industry tax refund program. That program is no longer funded, but there was a 20% match that was required from the state, and a lot of their funding did go to that program. I did find some information that since 2018, the council has approved $253,400 in direct economic development incentives through this program. The next program is the City of West Palm Beach. Is their Economic Development Ad Valorem Tax Exemption Program. This provides an ad valorem tax exemption for new and existing businesses to help create new full-time jobs in the city. This exemption may be up to a period of 10 years from the date the commission approves that exemption. So basically you get exempted from your ad valorem taxes for up to 10 years, depending on how many full-time jobs you bring into the city. And the last one I do want to mention, because again, this is a very creative one, is the Delray Beach CRA, is their project consultancy and design services program. This program provides applicants with project consultancy and professional design services determined by what stage of development the project is in. The intent really is to foster new businesses and retain and expand current businesses, and also activate vacant property. It provides owners with professional design services for a maximum of $15,000, and again, is used to activate commercial spaces in specific areas of the CRA in Delray Beach. Next slide, please. I did also want to mention, those were some of the programs, and again, there's a larger list that you guys have in as backup, but I did want to mention the city's current and past incentive programs that we did have. At the city, we currently are not funding these programs, but we did have them. They are the Commercial Interior Build-Out Program. So we provided a maximum of $15,000 for local businesses, depending on how many new jobs they created. It was $5,000 per new job for a maximum of $15,000. And every year we budgeted to support the maximum of 2 of those for $30,000. Then the other one that we did have is a commercial rent reimbursement grant. This is rent reimbursement for a business's first year in operations. That was for up to $1,000 per month for that business for a maximum of $12,000. And again, we budgeted for 2 of those per year for $24,000. So with those 2 programs each year out of the Economic Development Fund, we had $54,000 budgeted for that program. We did not budget for that program this year. And the current incentive program that we do have, and we like to say this is an incentive program because after conversations with the BDB staff, one of the biggest things they did mention to us from a development standpoint, in a business expansion and attraction standpoint, one of the best things cities can do is have an expedited development review process and program to really help expedite some of the processes, site plan reviews, land use amendments and rezoning, obviously your permits and inspections. And we do currently have a program at the city that does just that. Next slide, please. And I did also want to mention the incentive programs that we are going to ask for in this coming budget. We do want to bring back the commercial build out grant as well as the rent reimbursement grant, but we also want to expand that program to include the commercial facade and signage grant, which is the exterior portion of the grant program. And we feel it's a great time to do that as we are rewriting our sign ordinance. We can tie this program into that. So I just want to bring this to your attention that we are requesting this in the budget. And also we do want to create a new grant program. It's called the Business Marketing Grant. Based off the survey results that we got from our COVID-19 survey that we sent out to businesses, one of the biggest things that businesses were missing obviously during COVID was that foot traffic, which we feel one of the best ways to help them is through marketing. And we all know when a business is cutting costs, one of the first things to go is their marketing budget. So this program will be designed to help businesses, expand, their e-commerce presence, their online presence, website development, promotional videos. We feel that could be extremely benefit, especially to our mom and pop shops here in the city. And with all these programs, I know this came up, and David and I last week attended Palm Beach County, the Palm Beach County Business Development Board's forum. I know Mayor Grant was there as well as Commissioner Pensurga was there in attendance. And the topic of discussion was the influx of companies, specifically corporate headquarters and second offices that are coming from the New York area, the Boston area, Chicago, Connecticut. They're coming down specifically to Palm Beach County. And they're coming here in record numbers. And the goal of that forum was really to understand what's attracting them and how do we keep that momentum going, and how the city of Boynton Beach can get a piece of that. And the 2 things that stuck out to us as attractions for these companies that are coming down here, it's something that's already built in, is the current tax system here in Florida is very favorable, it's very business friendly, and the quality of life in Palm Beach County. Those are 2 major drivers that are driving these companies down here. So it's not something that's being done directly by any sort of city or county. Indirectly, it's the classic location where we have a very high quality of life here and a favorable tax base. And one of the biggest takeaways from this forum that we did realize as well is what cities and counties can do to continue this momentum is investment in infrastructure, specifically transportation systems throughout cities and the county, affordable and diverse housing stock for these companies' employees. The executives are not going to have a problem finding a living space, but they do want the housing for their employees. And when I say a diverse stock, it's not so much just the multifamily, it's also the single family homes that are needed. And then the last thing we realized is that we can partner with the school district on is the quality of schools for their employees and their families. Those are some of the big attractors as well. And to kind of bring this back together. I know it'll be brought up, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention it. We are currently reviewing proposals for the city's economic development plan to be issued an RFP for. This is an extensive program, an extensive plan that's going to encompass a lot of what I just talked about, and then a lot more. Some of the key elements of this grant program is going to be a current market analysis. It's going to identify the current and potential economic drivers. They're going to identify potential placemaking locations here in the city. And they're going to evaluate the economic shifts and the current commercial market activity that is currently taking place here in the city. They're going to have a local and regional industry assessment, they're going to assess the local and regional industries here in Palm Beach County and in the city of Boynton Beach. Identify those trends and then look for those competitive advantages and disadvantages and how we can take advantage of those. They're going to have a real estate development market analysis. It's going to analyze the local real estate market and make those recommendations on how we can capitalize on some of those advantages and how we can close some of those gaps. There's going to be one of the biggest pieces of this is also going to be a retail market analysis. They're going to take a holistic look at our retail market here in the city, identify those gaps and those opportunities on who we can recruit in. And as a part of that is going to be a recruitment plan. So they're going to provide those services to us as a part of this plan to recruit specific retail businesses here in the city. And the end goal of this economic development plan is going to be an economic development strategic plan, a long-term plan on different recommendations, policy recommendations, and program recommendations the city staff and the commission can implement to really make our local economy thrive here. That concludes my presentation. I'll take any questions you guys have.
Thank you, John. Very detailed presentation. Appreciate it. One of the things that I mentioned to David when he had his presentations for the first time, we like pictures too. So don't forget about
Pictures
those.
are always
We
good.
like those tall
Understood.
buildings, the examples of what other cities are doing and how that it, especially if you're talking about the streetscape, if you can give us an example of what they did, that speaks 1,000 words.
Absolutely.
The other thing that being part of the Land Use and Economic Development Legislative Policy Committee, I'm trying to find ways that the state can help the city of Boynton Beach with our economic development. The county has their BDB where they receive most of their funding from the state. We don't get any of that trickle down mostly unless there's a big commercial space that, how do we, get that built, or is there ways for us to do more of that on a small scale, like what we have with our build out grants and rent reimbursements? I think that we're not asking necessarily for the state for the money first, but more or less the reimbursement for the economic development to help to grow those businesses. So I think I'll be speaking with you too to make sure that if the Florida League of Cities needs like a legislative policy statement for economic development, that's something that we could help them out with.
Absolutely.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Mayor. So, my intention in this agenda item was for us to explore different possibilities and for me to just gauge where all of you are and how much you're willing to support. Because the problem is this, we have great residential communities, but we are lacking in having an industry, right? And so that's wonderful that we have great residential communities, but we also want to make sure that we attract companies that bring high-paying jobs. And when we were talking about the housing discussion, I was very concerned about how low our median income was of our residents in the city. And so as we talk about affordable housing, we should also talk about the flip side. What are we doing to attract companies? Now, Mr. Durgan, that was an awesome presentation. I appreciated that. And also, Mr. Scott, I know you've been working really hard behind the scenes. But expedited permitting, you mentioned that expedited development review process. Lots of cities have that now. And so we need to gain some sort of competitive edge as we try to compete and bring opportunities to our city. And so as I went to that BDB event that you were there to, Mayor, I spoke to Kelly, and one of the things that we briefly talked about was that we're missing the boat. These companies are coming into Palm Beach County, and they're going to Boca, they're going to West Palm. And from my standpoint, it feels like we are coming from behind, if you will. And our median income is very low. We don't have any major industries here. I mean, what do we have? Bethesda as a major employer. We have waste management. We have the school district. But other than that, we need more, certainly. And from my standpoint, I feel like we're coming so far behind that we need to be very aggressive to catch up. Because what's happening is that we are turning into a giant bedroom community. If the commission is okay with that, okay. But personally, I am not. I want to bring jobs closer, not just housing. So I just want to gauge from my colleagues, which of these programs, strikes your interest, or would you like to proceed forward?
So, the issue is the land. We don't have the land, and we can't tell property owners what to do with their
No,
land.
we cannot.
I have spoken with delegates from JKM, and they are definitely willing to use their northern parcel for this. However, we would also need to help incentivize them. So I don't know where that goes in your previous comments. I know that the CRA is with their land and with other properties that have our core business development. I'm all in favor of doing whatever my role as mayor or board chair as the CRA to help incentivize businesses more so than residential. I do feel that hearing after the BDB, they needed the extra height for the residential and they got it. Then they needed the extra height for commercial and then they got it. And so I feel that we have the residential, we are missing that commercial aspect. And I'm all in favor of helping any property owner that is seeking that sort of assistance for commercial for the incentive. In addition to that meeting, I met with Palm Beach State, their apprenticeship program, and I shared that information with our city and CRA staff so that as part of any incentives that the city is getting a community benefits agreement, that we are not only having a career fair, that we can have a career education, a pre-apprenticeship, so that before we have the career fair, we can make sure that our residents have the requisite training to get those jobs. Because the last time we had the career for Town Square, I do not feel we had a good ratio of people hired out of people applying.
In addition to what Mayor has just stated, I would like to see us move forward and accomplishing those goals that you're talking about. But in my research and talking with business people, they're looking for office space. And that may mean we need to take a close look at, I hate to say it, but going up, because we just don't have the land. And the last time I talked with Kelly Smallridge, that was one of the things that many of the guys who out west who want to come to the East Coast, they're looking for that office space to have their headquarters in. We don't have it in Boynton. So if we plan to go that route, then we have to explore different methodologies of achieving that, like going up. And that's always been somewhat of a uphill battle with many people. But it's certainly worth talking about. There may be some other ideas out there that we have not explored. And as we leave it open, we certainly can, I feel certain we can make it happen. I don't have the answers right now, but let's be open-minded about it and and explore it. Take a look at it.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Romulus, any comments? I want to make sure you're still at the meeting.
I'm still here, Mayor. Thank you for checking.
All right.
Yeah, I haven't fallen asleep yet. But I'm definitely, and on board with all this. And and honestly, I think, we have been doing, and in terms of most recently, we've been doing our part. We've been really doing and putting out the most possible, uh, best possible resources for our small businesses, for our um, business community to continue to thrive here in Boynton Beach, especially in the midst of a pandemic. All the things that we've done to sustain our small business owners and help them keep going. So, if anything else that we can add to, basically augment that is definitely invited. Um, but I think we're already on the right path, and we simply just need to keep going. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now here comes the fun stuff. New business 11B, discussion regarding intended use for Historic Women's Club of Boynton Beach.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to provide you an update tonight on the item. There has been some discussion and an expression of interest by the Florida Surfing Museum to possibly utilize some of the space in the Women's Club, and I've chatted with you about what we want to see out of that facility in terms of programming and revenues, production, and so forth. So we met with Tom, staff and I did, and talked to them, kind of got a good grasp on what their needs are and what we agreed to do, and something I think staff needs to do, and we are, is to start talking to industry experts in the event planning industry, wedding planning. How does that facility fare, and what do we need to do possibly differently, or things inside to enhance the attractiveness of being able to, does the kitchen have the facilities we need to potentially have a certain event with a certain capacity? So how does that also look and impact our programming with the sharing of space possibly with the nonprofit? And so we're gathering that information now, and I just wanted to let you know that we're going to, we've had probably, I don't know, 5 or 6 interview, tours with people, and we're chatting with the vendor too to give us some, I think, some details on what the market can stand and the types of events we can do there. It's more, the cultural center is more of a recreation facility that will also produce events that will be revenue producing. But we kind of see the first floor as the community programming for recreation. The upstairs, hopefully we can rent it out as much as possible and do some nice events there. Historic Women's Club is different. It's on the National Register, and it's just an absolute phenomenal building. So we want to maximize that the best we can. So I don't want to limit the ideas to just what our staff and recreation and what we know of what's out there. So we're talking to some other folks too. So I'm hoping by, I think, July 20th to bring back to you kind of an overall assessment of what possibilities are, what we can do for revenues or not. How does it look with potentially partnering with a nonprofit in there? And have some data for you all to look at, and then we can make a decision to move forward.
So do we also figure out the parking for that building as well?
Yeah, most events, the valet is not an issue because it's kind of an inexpensive endeavor, and utilizing our parking lot across the street has not been a detriment, for like weddings and things like that. So that's what we want to get a little more information from, beyond just what we always use weddings as the example. There's a lot more that can be done in there besides weddings. So that's what we kind of want to get some expert advice on.
Okay. My aspect is that I know what that building costs, the CRA. I understand how much money they put into it as well, and how much money they're still continuing to put into it. And that is for the community. So, I feel like there has to be that aspect that if people want to use it for a yoga studio, people want to do it, certain gatherings like our clubs that used to meet there, the Historical Society, the Garden Club, the Women's Club, that, that they can still use it at a reasonable basis. my whole goal regarding the surfing, the Florida Surfing Museum is that it is an attraction. It is something that can be done very quickly. And as you mentioned, the kitchen needs to be updated because the kitchen hasn't been updated in a long time, that we have at least a 3-year window of upgrades with the CRA's funding, that we would hopefully try to offer those 3 years to 5 years to the Florida Surfing Museum so that we can have that attraction to our city. Museums are one of those things that during the pandemic brought a lot of people out of their houses in a safe place. I'll ask Tom, how did he fare this past year with the pandemic? Was it completely closed? Was he able to still operate and function and not go into the red? So I feel that I'd like to move as soon as we can with the Florida Surfing Museum. And I understand that there's certain government procurement procedures that we may have to follow through. And I do believe that they have the letter of intent. So, Shauna, does the city follow similar to the CRAs? If we receive a letter of intent, we don't have to do an RFP if we publicly notice it?
I don't think that would be the same process.
Okay.
And that's one of the things we're going to look at and bring back to you in an overall kind of analysis is, do we want to contract out the operations of the facility for people that can potentially market it more directly into the industries that we may or may want to attract? But we have to have that discussion as the group of what are your visions and desires of the building. And the cost, we'll have that, what it's going to cost to run it, what the maintenance is. Number one remark so far, believe it or not, is this is the best kept secret in Palm Beach County by several event planners, which tells us we need to get the word out better, and when we're ready to start doing that. And we need an ice machine. That's the big ask right now. So,
Commissioner Katz.
So I support what staff's recommending, which is to bring us back a broader and professional look at what that space could be, because I think the city manager summed it up that, whenever we refer to it, we default to like a wedding or some other common event, because we just don't know the scope of what types of events can take place and what that venue can be availed for. I don't support any sort of agreement with anybody that would monopolize the space. I remember a couple years back, I guess when we were like just starting to, or getting close to getting the old high school redone, I think we had a theater group that wanted to go in there, and when they kind of revealed that by use the space means to like monopolize it for 4 months a year and during, the winter time, which is obviously the most, populated time down here. I think we kind of, got turned off from the idea of monopolizing the space for one entity, because it would deprive the public a chance to use the space, or other interested parties from renting it or utilizing it, as you said, whether it's yoga or the historic society or the women's club. So I'm open-minded to a professional kind of analysis of what potential is there, because I don't think we have an idea of it. I couldn't, you mentioned 3 or 5 year deal. If you could elaborate on what exactly you mean by that. But if it means that the Surf Museum would be in the building 12 months a year for 3 to 5 years, that to me is kind of going in a direction that I wouldn't want to go, which would be kind of monopolizing the space.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Similar comments. I guess I'm anticipating your report, Lori, because right now I don't see a nonprofit. I don't see the value in Florida Surfing Museum being there. I'm sure there's one, but I don't know how much square footage they would be looking for. That needs to be known, whether or not they want to be on the first floor and the second floor. All it. Again, the word that I just heard, I agree with. I don't want someone monopolizing that. We did spend a lot of money, CRA, in revamping that building and modernizing it. And I guess I'm not a surfer, so that has nothing to do with it. But having surfboards all over the place is not a vision that I think is profitable for us right now. Maybe it is, but when do you plan on bringing back your report, Lori?
I won't make the next meeting, but by July 20th is our
By July
our
20th?
date. Yeah, or that's what we think, because we still have, I think you still have some appointments. Is it this week or next week? And then we're reaching out to one more person. And I think Mr. Warnke gave us some names of some folks to chat with too, which we're reaching out to now to set up appointments. I need a little bit, just a couple.
Okay, I'll reserve my comments until probably the second meeting in July, because I do have some concerns.
And you know, the way that I see it is that we also have another nationally historic registered building, and that's our Children's Schoolhouse Museum. And so we kind of let that be monopolized as a museum. I don't believe that the Florida Surfing Museum wanted to monopolize the space. They do want to be able to hold events, but to have almost a daily function for the building is something that I feel is very important, because, you know, we want to make sure that that building is used rather than just on the weekends, or, you know, 3 days a week if we're lucky, versus trying to get it used 7 days a week. So
I agree with you, Mayor, but let me just give you a piece of my concern. The Children's Museum is not financially sustaining itself. We still having to pump, the city still has to pump money in there. That at some point we need to take a look at it and don't bog ourselves down with another nonprofit. That's why I want to wait until Laura's report comes back to give me what the options are, because the Children's Museum and my grandkids just love it. They would spend the whole day in there. But again, it's not self-sustaining when it comes to financing itself. So what point do we cut it off? At some point, we got to say enough. We can't go any further with this. There has to be another route. There has to be another option, as far as I'm concerned. So that's where I am.
Oh, no, hey, I understand the monetary concern of it, but you know, it's that educational aspect for our youth. It is that business aspect of attracting people to our city who have a surfing background, and it's also the story of surfing in Palm Beach County is one to be told, because it involves the courts and the judicial system where, you know, they were discriminated against. And so it's something that, you know, me going to this Florida Surfing Museum, I have a different opinion and perception. Just like, you know, I'm sure you've been to the Children's Schoolhouse Museum.
Absolutely.
And that's,
I'm more of a cost benefit analysis where I'm coming from now. I understand what you're saying and I agree with you.
okay.
But at some point, that's why I want to see.
Hey, you know, I don't have much time left, but I would never say to get rid of that Children's Schoolhouse Museum.
No.
Okay.
You better not.
They just got $100,000 grant, if you haven't heard, the Schoolhouse Museum competition with Spady Museum. And they were down to the last two, and our Schoolhouse Museum did get a $100,000 grant recently, which is amazing. So that's helping, and we're peeling back on subsidy. We're slowly peeling back on it.
Commissioner Katz. Just to backtrack from my own previous position, I support bringing the Surf Museum to the city and trying to find space and utilize it, because I share your views that it's a unique you know, experience that could be offered, and it would be an attraction and a niche that could bring people in and foster events that would be unique. I just want to make sure that any sort of potential agreement for that space would ensure that it could be utilized completely by other entities, whether it was, you know, local clubs like you mentioned, or events and conferences, or whatever else, you know, we find out could go in there. So I'm not opposed to the Surf Museum occupying space for a period of time or having some sort of situation, but I wouldn't want them to be in there, or anybody for that matter, not just them, and impact the ability for other entities to use it as they saw fit, and use the space as they want to, and not have it kind of encumbered by other things that are there from another purpose. So I'm open-minded to bringing it because I do see the value in it. I just don't, just like the theater group, I would have loved that they stuck around here, maybe a month here, a month there, certain days here, certain days there, but like they wanted, like I said, like the entire winter. And if this is a deal where the Surf Museum needs the space on a weekly basis all year, where that would impede potential rental opportunities or utilization from other groups, that's where I want to, there's bound to be a compromise in there. I just want to make sure that we don't restrict the space so much that it becomes only the Surf Museum, because at least for me, when we purchased it and redid it, I had this idea as it being an event space, and I do still have that commitment to it.
Last comment.
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to say that I agree with what is being said. I really do, but I'm not there yet. I think about if it's so great. I mean, the Florida Surfing Museum is so great. Why do they leave? Why are they trying to leave where they are? They're in the. I would think the city would be trying to keep them if they are that great. I mean, you don't have to answer that now, but just include those kinds of things in your report when you come back. I just like to have.
Mr. Warnke has provided all that.
What's the rationale and what's going on here? I mean, if you just want to jump in there, if the mayor would permit, sir.
I think I can cut through some of the questions here very quickly. If you had a chance to see the Recreation and Parks Advisory Board Committee meeting, I did a PowerPoint to them, which cleared through a lot of what you've been asking. And I believe I sent that to all of you. And I put timestamps, so you didn't have to sit through the whole meeting. The plan that we visualize is to not encumber any special events in the Women's Club building. Our museum setup can fill the whole upstairs and be convertible to move out completely to the corner of the room, possibly have a small storage room so that room could be an empty canvas for somebody that has a wedding, for instance, that's not compatible with the tropical Hawaiian feel. On the other hand, the wedding planners that the city manager's office may be speaking to could easily say, we're going to be able to book more weddings in that building because it's a Hawaiian tropical feel, especially the receptions. So that whole upstairs should be convertible space, and we're prepared to do that. We have display walls that are on wheels that are museum quality that can be moved easily. And our surfboards are on vertical stands. You pick up the board, the stand goes with it, and you put it, they're not attached to the walls. So even the storyboard panels that we have are on 2 hooks. They're easy to move. And so our plan from the beginning has been to accommodate all weddings, all other special events, and even provide a big number of special events that we've produced over the years. So we want to work with the city, and if we have a small area downstairs for a more permanent museum, and then the upstairs is convertible. You've also got the foyers and the stairways with big empty walls. And we hope to also produce, with the Cultural Council grant, storyboard panels about the building, about the Women's Club as a club, about the Historical Society, and about Boynton Beach with its gateway to the Gulf Stream. That's the type of concept that we have. And if you look at the PowerPoint that I did, that'll be great. I'll also have one on July 20th if you would like me to review it and make it more concise.
I'll have it in the report, Tom.
Okay, great.
I'll be part of it. Absolutely.
That's all I wanted to say.
Thanks, Tom. I appreciate your comment.
That was it. We're working on it. I just want to make sure you knew we were.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. Presentation for Public Art Manager Glenn Weiss on proposed direction for a new mural program.
Hi, glad to be back again. I'm a little taller here. Hi, this is a request from Commissioner Gonzaga about to do some research on mural programs around Florida and to make proposals about what might happen. This is just a preliminary, really, research and to get feedback from the commission. This is not a definitive program proposal. So we'll just go quickly. Next slide. So I'm just going to talk about the current status, the research, and some kind of draft ideas. Next slide. The current status of murals in Boynton Beach is that there's no real focus on murals. They happen when they happen. But if there are murals by ordinance, they are all reviewed and approved by the Art Advisory Board, no matter where they are in the city. Next slide. These are just to remind you the murals that we do have in the city already. I'm just going to go quickly. These are owned by the city. Next slides. These are privately sponsored murals in the city. Older ones, they're a little worn out by now. There are also printed wall murals, as opposed to hand painted. And then we do have a number of ceramic wall murals, including new ones, that one which was in the center. So then I'm just going to give you some research, straightforward research. Next slide. There are various cities in terms of how they utilize murals within their cities. There's, of course, downtown redevelopment, which I'm sure many of you have seen, and that includes like Hollywood, Lake Worth, and West Palm. Arts neighborhood identity. So this is very specific. This is saying this is an arts neighborhood, a neighborhood of artists, and we're using murals as to identify it with that and to enhance the galleries and other activities. Of course, the superstar of that is Wynwood in Miami. The other civic function, there's just community pride. And that you see especially excellent programs in Memphis and Flint, Michigan, in which the attempt is to come into communities, discuss what's important to communities, and to celebrate that. And frequently that has to do with people who have lived in the community over time. Historic tourism typically happens in communities that have a historic downtown core, and they're reinforcing that. And those murals tend to be more like farming imagery, things that took place over long periods of time in that community. And an old idea really from the 70s, from the 70s, 80s, and 90s was anti-graffiti. And that was really when you had a lot of graffiti, you would go in and you would paint a mural on the walls that were being graffitiized. And typically that would stop the graffiti in those places. So that was an effective, and in fact, the largest program in the nation, which is Philadelphia's mural program, started as an anti-graffiti program, just to go and paint walls which were being tagged all the time. So those are your basic city functions. The second thing is there's, of course, the programming type and funding types. The basic strategy, of course, is just city public art programs. And that's just, you have a public art like you do here, you have art in public places, and that money would be utilized to produce murals. Frequently you have CRAs and DDAs that do kind of co-sponsorships or grants to make things happen, or even fully 100% produce them, like Lake Worth did a lot of the funding for their murals. You have a special nonprofit. This is now what has happened, say, with the city of Philadelphia, or you have them in smaller organizations in Vero Beach and St. Petersburg. And these are basically nonprofits who are just dedicated to murals in the city. They might get some city funding or they might not get city funding, but they basically are motivated by their love for murals and for making them happen. The final program type is mural festivals. That's typically how you get a lot of festivals of murals at the same time. So you're doing like a tourist event, which is boom, we're going to have over a month, we're going to paint them all in the city, we're going to change the spirit. Next slide. Which of course there are with murals is zoning issues. This is, I really should just be showing pictures the whole time. Sorry about this. with zoning, lots of times there are many communities restrict where murals can take place, where they can be painted through their zoning ordinances. Frequently in the sign ordinances, murals are pretty much just restricted such that they have no commercial messaging. So that's the general restriction within the sign ordinances. Approvals, it's all over the place across the nation. Jacksonville has a huge mural program, absolutely no approval process whatsoever. Paint on the building, you're fine, ready to go. And then you have other places down to CRA boards. Like when you guys function as a CRA board, you would actually approve the mural yourself in terms of a political body. So that's really very diverse. And then one thing that's frequently left out is code compliance issues, really clarity about when a mural is in good condition and when it needs to be repaired. So those are the basic strategies around murals in the U.S. Draft next. So the kind of simple proposal that I'm putting forward is that we would do a kind of pilot program for fiscal year 22, that the Arts Board and the Public Art Program will lead an effort to spend. In this case, we're going to recommend $20,000 from the Art and Public Places Fund to just experiment, in effect, with doing new work. Next slide. You can see that. Still in terms of the management, that the Arts Board would continue to approve all managements in the city. But we would like to have that discussion, and I will present that next time about where those locations would be within the city with the Arts Board. That the CRA, we might collaborate in some way, and from talking to Michael Simon, and I think you saw that with John, there is the possibility of in terms of the building repair programs that they have, that is possible for painting to be incorporated in that, and murals to be, if you so desire. Then possibly to look at some kind of nonprofit management, but that would just be an exploratory issue in that time period. Next slide. We would have to draft an ordinance, and this has to do with primarily the fact that the new sign ordinance will be coming forward to you, and that at this point is moving forward is to take murals out of the sign ordinance. So if you want to continue to have murals, we need to put it in someplace else within the code. And it's fairly straightforward just to define the mural, to provide criteria for the Arts Board so they can make those determinations, provide criteria on the condition of murals as it goes forward, and it authorize the city manager to develop guidelines and an application process. And here we're not recommending any fees for mural approvals through the codes. There might be considerations of zoning ordinances. Many cities prohibit murals in single-family neighborhoods. That would be a choice. Right now we're silent on that in terms of our ordinance. The sign ordinance, as I said, would not include murals, and the Arts Advisory Board would continue to move forward. Just very briefly, next slide. In terms of like thinking about goals for that, so it would be like visitor attractions. That would be like, how do you increase pedestrian activity downtown and get people to engage in those murals? So how does it deal with neighborhood aspirations? How does it deal with cultural pride? And something that David Scott and I have been talking about anyway, the idea of micro-districting, which are smaller areas, and how do you help brand it? And so that might be like the brewery district. How could it help it? And so if you look at some of the project ideas, you look at like photographic interaction. So those are like projects, like there's a fishing pole with a marlin on it, right? So you stand there and you take a picture as though you caught the marlin, right? Or it's a classic postcard of that says welcome to Boynton Beach that people take their picture in front of. So it involves that kind of photographic installation. The idea may be that parking garages, our parking garages proposed to have a mural here in Town Square, so that you might look at parking garages, especially those that are going to face the railroad tracks in the future. Might do portraits of people who are very important to the community, especially ethnic communities. might look at the Boynton Beach Mall, encouraging them to do more work, and other businesses on Congress, which are not going to be renovated for a while. And then I just mentioned the brewery district. So lots of pictures of hops and fields and feel good things to make the identity. So those are just thoughts about ideas. So I welcome your comments and any other questions you might have about murals in the U.S. The Arts Board did have a meeting with Commissioner Penzaga and did have a discussion about murals in general, and then to have an expert from Gainesville. She did a presentation about how murals are developed, especially around Florida. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Glenn, I just wanted to say to you that you just mentioned, I believe it was Gainesville.
Yes, sir.
I've seen with my own eyes what murals can do for a city. That city for a while, which we don't have this problem, had graffiti all over the place.
Yes.
And they came along and did murals all on the walls and buildings, and it made such a difference. So I'm all for this program. It's I think it's a part of our branding for our city. It will make us unique in a different way. So I look forward to it. And I'm happy to say that the murals that we have up has not been vandalized in any way. And so there's something to be said there. So thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ty.
So I would also then be in favor of having a mural ordinance so that we can continue this. Commissioner Penzaga, do you have any comments?
I mean, Glenn did such a great job, and you've covered all the bases and why murals are powerful. And Vice Mayor, hey, the reason why they're not getting vandalized is because that's the community taking ownership, right?
Yes.
And the beautiful thing about murals, and I think it's mentioned somewhere here in the presentation, is that it's something you get to be a part of, right? Children can be a part of it, senior citizens can be a part of it, and so on. And I have great appreciation for the kinetic art program that we have here. So I think some of them are very beautiful, some of them not my personal taste, but that's not something that I could take part of, right? That has to be specially made. And so the really big attractive component for me is this community participation that drives pride for your community and ownership. This is, the people that you look up to, your heroes are on that mural, and so on. And so for me, that's the big selling point, and people are going to love where they live even more.
Just for information, the mural that's on the basketball court on MLK Boulevard was done by one of our young youth at the time. And
there we go.
Did an outstanding job.
And the other added benefit, bang for your buck, Yeah. There we go.
Commissioner Katz.
Just to voice my appreciation for everything you presented. I'm not an artist. I don't have particular views about art, although a lot of people do have very particular views about art, especially artists. But I developed a philosophy a couple of years ago that, public art isn't just art in public spaces, it's art for the public. And sometimes I see public art lose its way where people think, that public art is so we can turn everyone into like an art aficionado, and it people kind of frown upon, like, I guess, cliche public art, but what you talked about, taking pictures in front of public art, having public art that demands of people to come and look at it and interact with it. That to me is of great value. I don't just want art in public spaces. I want art that the public will appreciate and come to the city to take these unique pictures, like people have been doing outside of City Hall for the past couple months. So I like everything you've presented, and I've been an advocate for years of public art that caters to the people in the community, not just here's some art and you need to appreciate it, because I just don't think that that's what a lot of people do. I think that they want to enjoy it. They don't want to, be told they have to appreciate some art that they might not relate to. So that's my piece.
I definitely understand what you're saying 100%.
Thank you. Our next item is legal.
I'm sorry, Mayor, just want to clarify, the direction we're giving is to bring forward an ordinance or draft ordinance. Is that the direction?
Yes.
And what's your first step going to be? Do you want to do work on the ordinance or potential LDR language first, or I guess,
I mean, it's gonna be
all
too
together?
complicated a question.
Right, we'll get with staff and see. I hear a yay, so we'll work, we'll figure out what we need to get.
It might come at the same time with the sign ordinance,
Right.
Makes sense.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Resolution number 21-062, authorize the mayor to sign an easement agreement with the Palm Beach County Board of County Commissioners to allow construction, access, and staging designated area at Oceanfront Park for Ocean Ridge Shore Protection Projects and the South Lake Worth Inlet Maintenance Dredging Projects.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Yeah.
We have a representative from the county here too, Mayor, if you have any questions. The poor gentleman has sat through our entire commission meeting.
Oh.
Only if you have questions, but
he's coming
it'll
up.
break his heart.
This is Andy Stute with the county.
Just if you have questions. I was ready to walk out.
No.
No, if you have questions about the agreement or the
Please
necessity
state your
of it.
name for the record.
Andy Stute. I work for Palm Beach County Department of Environmental Resources Management. I manage our county's coastal resources program. So we've worked successfully with your staff on facilitating these shore protection projects and dredging of the Oyer Park boat channel a number of years past. This agreement just kind of formalizes that access to the beach to perform those services.
Okay. And does this affect any of the sea turtles?
In a positive way, yes.
Okay.
That's one of the great benefits of the shore protection project is both to protect us from storms, which we know we're going to get. It's not a matter of if, but when, knocking on wood here. Provides environmental habitat for sea turtles, nesting shorebirds, that type of thing. Also provides recreational space for your residents and visitors alike. And then again, facilitates dredging of the boat channel to the Oyer Park for access for boaters.
Okay. Is there any further questions? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you for your time.
Next, we are on ordinance number 21-20, approval of ordinance creating monument policy for the city.
An ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, approving the creation of a policy regarding monuments on city property, providing for amendment to the policy by resolution, providing for repeal of laws in conflict, severability, and an effective date.
And so, part of the questions is that how does the combating public disorder affect city monuments?
I mean, the new legislation that was passed,
That starts July 1st.
right?
B1.
Yeah, House Bill 1. How does that affect this ordinance?
Yeah, in the sense that if the city considers it a monument, does there anything, I believe there was something that says you cannot take down a monument.
Well, yeah, that is in the ordinance, and if the city decides that is in the new legislation. And if the city were to decide that something's a monument, then it would be, that new legislation would apply.
Okay, and then does the city have the ability to remove monuments if they so choose?
Yeah, yes, if you follow the established process for approving, removing, etc. That's a lot of the genesis of the new legislation is with regard to certain existing monuments. And so that's where there would be more bureaucracy, shall we say. But with regard to anything that's new that comes up, that would be different because you're putting it in place, and then you would have the ability to decide to remove it if you so choose.
All right, does anyone on the commission have any questions?
Mayor, I actually have many questions about the specifics of this, but perhaps I should wait until others have their questions, and let's focus on the broad strokes first.
Nope. We're gonna let you go first.
Okay, so I'm not entirely sure where to begin.
If you want to state the line number.
Yeah, sure. So let's begin with something that I spoke to staff about. It is line 227. So let's say I am proposing a monument. It says here the monument proposal has been through a community outreach conducted by the group or person suggesting that to the city. So if I propose a monument for whatever purpose, it says here that part of the process is that I have to go to the community. It's kind of vague what that process is. And so somebody who's making a proposal could just say, look, here's my survey. And we're supposed to go with that. And so that's just a little too weak, and that needs to be clarified. Further down, section E, it's line 237. It talks about, well, this proposal, even if we agree to it, may have some backlash from the community. The community says, I don't want it here. And it says here that if through the public outreach process, the city manager finds that a proposed monument is a source of substantial dissension or discord with the city manager shall seek further direction from Rules Committee. I'm not entirely sure who the Rules Committee is. That would be kind of the arbiter of community dissension. And so I just want to start with those 2 points. You know, this community outreach, I think that's great. We should have community outreach. But what are the details of that and how that work? Because right now it's entirely controlled by the person making a proposal. So on the flip side, I don't want to overwhelm staff with more work. But we need this community outreach to be reliable.
You kind of want to have a clearer definition for what community outreach means.
Right, and who should be performing it? That's part of my questions.
Well, how would you define community outreach?
So I think we all know what community outreach is, but what's the process? Does somebody need to do a survey? Does somebody need to just have a public meeting? Are they, what does that look like actually? Because it's just so vague.
I mean, the aspect of it is that, in order to get elected, the community outreach is 25 candidate petitions. So unless we want to make it more difficult to get elected than have a monument, that's kind of where, we have the ability to not just to have someone reach out to 25 members of the community, but to state, I think, publicly at public comments of their intention to have this, give the city, the contact information, basically put it on record at a city commission meeting. I feel is the community outreach that after 30 days, I think it would be best if the city tallies all of the information, and that way we can verify the community outreach that there has been public record of a statement for the monument, and that we are in privy of how the community feels about it, and we can go from there.
Another item that caught my eye was line 98. And it says, the city shall not place monuments on city property which have the purpose of promoting, favoring, or inhibiting any religion, And the portion that caught my eye was the second half, which would appear to a reasonable person that the city is promoting, favoring, or opposing a religion. I'm not sure if that is a legal definition. Who defines a reasonable person that can just make a claim that it promotes a particular religion and therefore it can't be had?
And like, does that mean we're not allowed to put up a Christmas tree? Is it temporary?
There's a distinction between holiday decorations, which are temporary, and permanent monuments.
Okay.
Mayor, this is Jim Sheriff. Let me also add that your reference to a Christmas tree, the Supreme Court of the United States has determined that that's a secular object and not a religious object. So,
All right. They didn't have
it does
those.
not, putting up a tree does not favor a religion.
Okay. Thank you. Good to know. No, I do agree with this, is that, you know, there is a lot of religious symbolism out there where it's kind of saying that there's no crosses, there's no stars of David's, and other types of religious items as part of our monument program, that it is strictly based upon other meanings. It's not to say that we can't put a monument to a religious person for the activities and contributions to the community. However, it is not to be included religious symbols.
If I could just hone in my question, what does it mean to be a reasonable person? What is the definition of that? Because
I think our attorney can answer that one.
That's a legal standard
Okay.
of what, of reasonableness. So there's not a list of things that we would include in the ordinance. But if someone were to make a claim that, I can give a good example right now, but I don't know, let's say there's a monument.
So let's say there's a triangle.
Yeah.
And so a reasonable person says, no, there's no religion associated with the triangle, square, stuff like that. However, a reasonable person would associate the T or a cross or a star, a six-sided star is with a religion.
Right. So using the triangle as an example, if someone were to say that, that triangle is promoting religion, to my knowledge, there's no religion that's connected to a triangle. So that would be an unreasonable connection of the triangle to a religion.
So could I substitute reasonable person with common knowledge?
No.
Does that mean the same thing?
No, it's not the same thing.
Definition for a reasonable person.
Okay.
And so, hey, we're all reasonable people up here, right?
Basically the language is saying that someone can't just show up and say, I think that's religious, need to take it down.
Okay, great. All right, good. I'm glad I have that clarification.
So,
Jim, a little bit, Jim, on your language on the outreach, we were chatting as far as to what degree do we want to further define what that outreach looks like? Do you have to talk to at least 50% or something of the neighborhood within a radius, or do you have to have surveys? Like what would that look like?
a public notice similar to what we do for construction, I think, where you have it publicized at a meeting, I think is probably the best, where that similar to any sort of project that we do that requires a public notice, similar community outreach would be defined as that.
Mailing, including like mailing a letter to each home?
For,
in their area
that
or something to
certain
that
radius that we have currently in our ordinance. Jim, does that make sense?
Yeah, and let me just comment that, this ordinance is before you for the first time, not having even been reviewed really at a preliminary discussion stage. So, some of the provisions and clauses are provisions that I wrote based upon reviewing several dozen monument ordinances from around the country, including ones that, now have resulted in, problematic situations. So the tearing down of monuments, You go back and look at what did the ordinance look like that gave rise to that monument in the first place. So my point is, and I thought I was trying to make it in the introduction to the ordinance itself, was to remind the commission that societal standards and points of view change over time. But with respect to more specific terms, like community input or something of that nature, really, I have to look to the city commission to determine what the scope of that review would be like and how it would be conducted. I viewed it somewhat as an administrative function, that the administration would decide how broad a group of people or organizations would be contacted for their input based upon the particular subject matter of the monument at hand. I know this sounds ridiculous, but obviously not all monuments are created equally. You have a small, 1 by 2 foot monument in one place. You could have a 40-foot monument in another place. I would think that community review and outreach would be different in those two circumstances, but I look to the commission to help us to figure out what that definition looks like.
I have some questions.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
On line 53, I was just reading that, Jim, and you mentioned a little bit of it. It says societal appropriateness evolves and change over time. A monument deemed appropriate when approved may be inappropriate at some time in the future. When the city commission finds that a monument or any part thereof is inappropriate, the monument should be removed or the inappropriate portion thereof modified. I guess should we have a time constraint on, if we put up a monument and let's say a new commissioner or we decide ourselves to take it down the next month, that there's no time limit there.
So the issue, I think, is that if it's a city funded thing, it's well within our purview. However, if it is a privately funded monument, then there may be some caveats with the funding aspect of it.
Yeah, that's another aspect, the maintenance of that. We as a city should not be funding putting up a monument unless it's initiated by us. But if another entity is putting this monument up and they come to the city commissioner for approval, they ought to have the funding to construct that monument, as well as some kind of plan of maintaining that, not let that be another burden on the city. Because it talks about a monument administrator. I'm not so sure what, we have to talk about that probably a little bit more. But that administrator's job would be to do the legwork, I suppose, and then bring it back to the city manager and discuss, and then finally at some point brought to us for ruling on. And I think that's what that's intended to be, right?
Yes, that's right. The administrator would be would be somebody that works at the administrative level of the city, appointed by the city manager, or hired for that particular purpose when funded by the city commission. With respect to the maintenance issue, Vice Mayor, that is addressed in the sections that begin in about line 260. That whenever there is the proposal for a monument, there should be a commitment to and the identification of variable funding sources for it. So there is some language in there regarding recognizing that monuments have to be maintained over a period of time, including at line 275, the fact that you may require a maintenance agreement to be entered into to deal with that, so that the city does not have to absorb the cost of it as well. Back to one of your original comments about, a monument that goes up tomorrow, how long does it have to stay up there before the commission can change its mind and take it down? If you have a monument that's dedicated to, let's just make up an example, some historic figure from the city's past, and you do a monument to that person, and research reveals next week that that person was engaged in any kind of inappropriate conduct, or advanced inappropriate ideas by today's standards, you wouldn't want to keep that monument up any longer than it takes the commission to vote on taking it down. You know, we don't know about everybody's history when we choose to honor them with monuments or you know, or statues of that particular nature. And that's what that introductory language has been intended to reflect, based upon, I think, what you would all recognize is the issues regarding monuments over the last, you know, 3 or 4 years around the country. You know, I'm referring to, you know, Civil War heroes, quote unquote.
Just a couple of other observations, because the night is getting late here. Line 184, it talks about no proposed monument that has been rejected may be resubmitted for a period of 3 years. Is that the norm, Jim, around the country?
I wouldn't say it's the norm. I did find time standards for renewal. Some were longer than that and some were shorter. Line 185, the 3 years was just a number that I plugged in for discussion purposes.
Okay. Should there be anything in here about hurricane, being able to withstand hurricane categories such and such?
I think there is with design.
Yeah,
standards.
I think we have engineering standard. Let me see if I could find it quickly.
But you don't have
207, I believe.
Okay.
I could be wrong.
Huh?
There's a line 207, 208. Monument must be made of durable materials, must withstand the elements minimum of 50 years.
Okay. And I guess line 258. This is something that's kind of touchy, I guess. It says monuments shall not displace the intended function. Monument shall not displace the intended function. So when I look at recreational social parks and we want to put something that's totally unrelated, is that the direction that you are talking about, Jim? That it's not related at all to the overall intent of the building of that park?
Yes, sir.
Softball, baseball, volleyball, picnics, those kinds of things.
Yes, yes, sir. That's exactly right. That is what is intended at line 258. That your example is good. A baseball, you know, or a park that has 3 or 4 baseball areas or soccer fields on them, to then decide to displace one of those fields or part of a field, making it unusable with a monument, would be inconsistent with the original intent of previous city commissioners to designate an area a park area, or to have it dedicated by a developer for that matter.
Okay, I guess my last comment for tonight, then Ty, you can have it. On line 304, it talks about the property owners adjacent to the location of the proposed memorial plaque has been consulted on the placement of the memorial. Is that within a certain footage from the location in question, like 300 feet, or there is no, what was your thinking there, Jim?
Just generic in nature, and you're right, Vice Mayor, that might be benefited by putting a distance requirement, although it could be a sightline issue as well. You could have adjacent property owner, you know, that's in a residential structure, you know, 7, 8 stories high, that would look out over a particular plaque or monument. So it could vary from circumstance to circumstance, but I think you're on the right path there. I think that would probably benefit from some site or distance criteria related to it. We could take a shot at working on some better language there.
Thank you. I'll be quiet for now.
Oh, he had his hand up, but.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If that's okay, I got a couple questions. So and some thoughts first. First, because all of this is wildly subjective, there is no correct or incorrect way to proceed. And as I think the city attorney pointed out, these ordinances are impossible to craft in a way that they work out perfectly, because people will find ways to work with the existing language to still put things out there, or try to put things out there that may cause controversy or offend this group or that group. So to that end, I personally do not want to, but even though it requires 2 readings, I do not want to vote on this personally tonight, because each of us have raised a number of questions that or at least those who have spoken, that I had not thought about, or I have my own set of questions. So since there literally could be 100 lines in this that we change individually based on all of our own input and experience, I don't want to feel compelled that this is on the agenda. It's the first reading. We must adopt this, because it is, as I said, supremely subjective. No matter what we do, there's going to be unintended consequences where people try to put things in places that get rejected. And so I won't go further than that. So that's my position and my request, that just because it's on the agenda, it is a monument policy. It's not an emergency policy. It's not an American Recovery Fund policy. So I don't want to vote on it tonight personally. That's one. A couple other things that came up. I do agree with Vice Mayor that the idea that people would present monuments to us absent funding, hypothetically, for us to consider funding, I don't know how I feel about that. That there's, whatever the issue is, there are probably innocent issues out there that could be memorialized in a monument that nobody objects to, but this is America. So I wager that no matter what we put out there, there will be some objection from some people. So I don't know how much I would want taxpayer dollars funding a memorial, because we just, once this is out, and again, I guess we could do whatever we want. That's the point of this. But I just don't want to fund things that people egregiously would not want to pay for. And I don't even know how you define that, because again, of how divided people's opinions are. I have concern about the duration of these monuments. I guess the word monument itself, I don't know if I personally like it, although that's probably the apt word to use to describe this. But I always envision these things kind of being, temporary, whether it was there for a month or 6 months or a year. But I don't know how comfortable I am with the idea that we would over time be erecting and accumulating monument after monument after monument, hypothetically. So I don't know if it's in here. I read the ordinance, but I didn't. If it's not in there, then someone correct me. That there is no duration, or no automatic duration that would require a review every year or every 6 months or something. It's, if it's approved, it's up until the board would take it down. I don't know if I like that. I like the idea, just like public art, that it revolves. There's public art out there for a year, maybe a couple of years. If there's murals, they would be repainted or painted over time. So I don't know if I like this in perpetuity aspect of it, even though it could be revoked at any point by the board.
So are you suggesting possibly a periodic review by staff?
Something, and for me at least, with the understanding for anyone applying to do this, that I don't want permanent monuments. That's my personal view. I don't want permanent monuments. I want this to be an attraction, and it could rotate, and the commission could, under this scenario, keep reauthorizing it. But I don't like the idea that, because, so say I'm the first one, we pass this ordinance, and I say, I want my monument in this park, in this spot, and now that's my spot forever, hypothetically. And maybe that's like people are going to fight to be quick and be first. And if I don't get, in this park in my neighborhood, then never again. Or that might lead to, again, an accumulation where how many monuments do we put? I like the idea that our public art on Ocean, for instance, there are pads. So public art is in specifically defined places for specific amounts of time based on the showing length or, whatever is determined by the arts board. And it allows for there to be change, and it allows for, for the public to weigh in on it. If they don't like it, it's gone in a year because the art display, has ended its time frame. So that's where my mind's at, again, with all this being totally subjective. The other question I had is there anything in there, I did not see it, I could have missed it, that defines an applicant as a resident of the city of Boynton Beach?
That is not in there, no.
So that, again, everything being subjective, that to me is number one. If you do not live in the city of Boynton Beach, you should not be allowed to propose a monument. And you can live outside the city and have a friend in the city who I guess could carry it for you in a proposal. But I don't like the idea that like literally somebody from Texas or New Jersey could like come down here for vacation for a month and like propose a monument. I don't know. I'm from New Jersey. Some guy, Bruce Springsteen. I don't know. Like, so I would definitely want to have a provision in there. And to the mayor's point in referencing, qualifying for the ballot, and in reference to what Commissioner Pensurga said about, what is community outreach or what metrics might define that you've done you checked your boxes maybe. Yeah, I do think that there needs to be qualifications for who applies. And again, whether that's resident and lived in the city for a year, I think that juxtaposition begs the question that maybe the criteria for qualifying to run for office is often extremely low in any given city, the 25 signatures. So if we're requiring signatures or, signatures of residents in the city, I don't know how, easily that could be verified if it was registered voters in the city, but then I don't want to discriminate that if you're not registered to vote and you're a resident, you don't get to sign off and support this. So these are just thoughts I've had, and then thoughts that I've, started to think about after these conversations with only the handful of us that have spoken so far, that it is opening a can of worms. I don't know if it can be contained. So I definitely do not want to vote on it tonight to initiate the second reading, because I'm not 100% sold on the concept at all, because there's so many variables and so many subjective aspects to it. And I'll final statement, I'll point out that the entire genesis of this ordinance was one group came to the commission and wanted to put up a monument or a structure. So I don't know if the potential negative consequences of opening up free speech by way of monument across the city in public parts is worth it, because in the 5 years I've been up here, I have never heard a single resident say we need more monuments or we need monuments. And the last point, hopefully this time, Vice Mayor Hay brought up, there's the provision in there that says that, it should not detract from the nature of the space, or should not inhibit or prevent the space to be used as it was intended. To me, I question philosophically too, that if it's a neighborhood park, if it's Sarah Sims Park, if it's the dog park over in Renaissance Commons area, should there be any symbols or any not directly relevant, whatever is relevant to a park, should there be these in public spaces on a wide scale? So for instance, we have the dog park, as I referenced, in Renaissance Commons area, that's dedicated to Officer Crowder. What if somebody wants to put something up there that is critical of law enforcement? What if in Sarah Sims Park in the heart of Boynton, somebody wants to put something up that's objection? And I know it's envisioned in the ordinance. So my final point is, I don't know if opening this can of worms is going to produce more benefit or more cost. And that cost is not monetary exactly. It is, you see around the country, you know, division on every topic. Everything is political. And I worry that this opens a can of worms. So I don't want to pursue it immediately. I think it requires more thought. It'll never be perfect, but I don't want to rush into it because once you do it, you never know what exactly is going to come out of the woodworks. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I was born in DC, and so we got a lot of monuments over there that are on government property. So I do agree with you, Commissioner Katz, that I don't think we should vote on this because there's too much of the language that we are changing, and I do believe we're not going to get a red line copy. So I'll request, from this commission a tabling of it to the second meeting in July for the red line copy of all the different comments that we've made. Because we did mention the lines, the line number, so that should hopefully help staff make those changes. And Commissioner Romulus, do you have comments as well?
No, I've just been listening to everybody's comments. I think it's clear that it's just not ready for us to really look at it tonight. So let's see what comes back, and let's also hear from the public as well in terms of what they want to see and if they want to see something like this coming into the city. That's all. Thank you.
Mayor, I would only ask that if commissioners have, additional comments or thoughts about the document as they perhaps read it again late tonight or in the morning over breakfast, that if you could just provide us with some hand notations or shoot us an email, we could target as many sections of it that you'd like to try to expand on the language or define terms in it. It'd be very helpful. Like I said, this is before you for the first time. I think it's an excellent idea to table it. It reflects my drafting based upon my research, but not your individual and collective point of view.
Motion to table.
Second.
No further discussion. All those in favor to tabling to the second meeting in July? Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Moving on to ordinance number 21-022.
An ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending the Land Development Regulations, Chapter 3, Article 4 Zoning, Section 3D, Table 3-28, footnote number 103, regarding landscape debris stockpiling use to add a minimum distance separation standard and amend certain existing operational requirements and standards to avoid hazards, nuisances, and other impacts on residential land use, providing for conflict, severability, codification, and an effective date.
Is there a presentation?
Good evening, Mike Rumpf, your Deputy Director of Development Services. I can summarize, I can give you more detailed, thorough. I can't show you pictures, unfortunately, tonight.
That's okay. We'll get, so you do have pictures of inspections though, correct?
I think staff has taken them, yes. I don't have them with me. I have a printout of the log and some of those findings.
Is that part of the backup?
No, just summarized in the cover sheet.
Okay, so if it does pass for second reading, if we do have some more of the staff's inspections and the log as part of the record,
sure,
so that we have a better understanding of what, not just the summary.
Yes, sir.
Oh no, he's going to give us the summary now.
Sure. In 2015, the city zoning regulations were amended to incorporate a new use that code was silent to at that point. Recognizing its environmental benefit, its sustainable practice, it was incorporated into the code as a pilot program to take a look at it. It was new to us. Unlike most industrial uses, heavy commercial uses, everything takes place inside brick and mortar, inside a building. That's per our code, and this was an exception. So one of the reasons why it was introduced as a pilot program. The pilot program was extended, and in 2018 it was adopted in as a normal, regular use without the pilot provisions. Over the years, we have learned some lessons, and we're introducing some of those lessons learned into proposed amendments to the regulations. As you read, the title to preserve residential environments. That's probably the most important thing that we've introduced into it is distance separation from a residential land use. Summarizing some of the other potential changes, and let me back up. I'm sorry, Mayor, I should have addressed really the one question you had. Yes, a log has been taken mostly. I mean, we have fielded some complaints over the years from abutting property owners. A lot of those do not get introduced into a file or a case because they're easily corrected, or they're not substantiated. Or there's other possible evidence of a cause of it in the general vicinity, and there is characteristics of the area that could justify such a statement. But fire personnel have conducted regular inspections over many months and repeatedly found two main violations. That is the pile height, which is regulated by our current standards, as well as the minimum pathway around it for safety purposes. That is also encroached and reduced down by the pile size. That's mainly what is logged and represented by this list that I get from the fire marshal. So to address some of those concerns, but mostly to summarize some of the changes, we've got a distance separation proposed from a residential neighborhood. It's one of the things we've observed, that it does not have that compatibility characteristic that we'd like for all land uses, and this is one of those exceptions. So there would be a distance separation. It would limit those industrial areas that are not abutting in close proximity to a residential environment. A couple changes would allow for a case-by-case review through the approval process of additional buffering if it's needed, as well as for setbacks and that perimeter buffer around it if necessary and found determined needed by the fire marshal reviewing the review with other staff members. Extermination plan would be required and a log captain available for city inspection. Adding a measuring device. Right now there is a height limit on it to make it easy for staff to identify, for it to be operated quickly and to be maintained by the operator itself at the minimum height. There would be posts around it dimensioned to identify that maximum pile height of 10 feet. And probably most importantly, there's a tailored revocation clause in this to make it easy for staff to record non-violation within a certain time period and how that gets handled, how quickly essentially it does get to you all to determine ultimate action or continuation of a probationary period or what have you. And that's unique to it as well. So that's my quick summary.
So the property owner would still have the use?
Yes, these new zoning regulations that are introduced into the code subsequent to a business being approved do not normally apply to that business. It would be all other subsequent businesses that would come in for approval according to these regulations. So as long as this use maintains good standing, these new regulations would not apply. Now, however, there is in the code a revocation clause which does give the city ability to revoke or not allow the continuation of the use, renewal of a business license based upon violation records. Now it's not as specific as this wording is. And that's why another reason why we are keeping such a log. And we could even be looking at what additional time it's taking and maybe even what the opportunity cost is of our fire inspection staff to be constantly visiting this use because of the non-violations and maybe even health hazard or fire hazard of it versus what else they could be doing in the city. It might be something that would come into play if the violations continue and the need for such staff-intensive inspection processes is required.
And how would continual violations be under our chronic nuisance abatement ordinance, or does their violations not fall under that?
The latter, yes, that type of violation would not fall under that ordinance.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, Commissioner Katz.
Thank you. So just to be clear, so I know what you just said and I understand it, existing businesses operating in this manner don't have to comply with these new changes, but persistent violations would allow us to revoke their ability to operate, and then subsequently, if we chose to reissue that ability subject to the new rules.
A good point. Good question. I would believe so, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Further comments? Does anyone in the public have any comments? Anyone online? All right. Did I get a motion? Thank you.
Second.
All right, thank you. And so this is ordinance number 21-022. May I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Romulus,
Aye.
Commissioner Penserga,
Yes.
Mayor Grant,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hay,
Aye.
Commissioner Katz.
Yes.
Vote is 5-0.
Item 12D, request for a private attorney-client session of the City Commission to discuss pending litigation in the following case. Ronald Ryan versus City of Boynton Beach. Jim?
I'll take it.
Oh,
Pursuant
Shauna.
to section 286.011 subsection 8 Florida statutes, the city attorney is requesting a private attorney-client session of the City Commission to discuss pending litigation in the following case. It's Ronald Ryan, plaintiff versus the City of Boynton Beach, Florida. It's Palm Beach County Circuit Court case number 50-2016 CA 007514. In attendance will be the city attorney, James Karoff, as well as Assistant City Attorney Gal Batash, City Manager Lori Laveria, a court reporter, the mayor, and the City Commission. We are requesting 45 minutes, and if possible, we would like to have it on July 13th prior to the CRA meeting. If that's not possible, then we'd like to have it prior to the next commission meeting.
Yeah, I believe we probably have the city budget workshop before CRA, so I don't necessarily want to spend all day in government. Meetings. I mean, I'm sorry, all day and night. Oh, if that's okay, then it's
July 20 would be too late because we have a mediation scheduled.
when is mediation scheduled?
Let me just double check with on call.
And July 12th is something that I could do.
The mediation is July the 20th at 10:30 a.m.
The day of your next meeting then, right? The following.
So we have July 6th or July 12th. We have a meeting at 6 o'clock. If you'd like to do it before that at 5:15.
Oh.
Whatever the commission prefers, we'll be there.
5:30.
The first budget workshop starts at 5:30.
Okay. I could support to try to fracture up all these.
Okay. And then if it's only 45 minutes, do we want to start at 4:30 to allow us the 15 minutes between? All right. So 4:30 on July 6th.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'm sorry,
Yes.
This is Kristel Gibson. You're setting the budget, the closed door session is at 4:30, but the budget workshop is in the police community room.
No,
we're planning to have
We're doing it on July 6th.
We're doing
July
it for the
6th.
next commission meeting.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
And then for future agenda, I know I spoke about forming a Parks and Recs district. However, based upon, what John said regarding economic development and what we learned about the BDB, I also kind of want to know about having a parking bond as a possibility, or having a Parks and Rec bond similar to West Palm Beach. So my request for the commission is to direct staff to come back with us with other municipalities, general obligation and revenue bonds that they may have issued for Parks and Rec and or parking.
This would be something that would be voter approved?
Yes.
Okay.
And so this is still informational. And then also, I guess I would like to also put our, I know that Kristel, I think, has it upcoming in July in the discussion for the March 2022 elections, but I don't feel that we need to have all the same precincts that the county supervisor of election has. Because I feel that if we have, maybe 3 or 4 per district, because I think it's more important to have the early voting space to allow for the mail-in ballot drop-off within the city limits.
This would reduce the number of polling places in the city?
Yes. And have possibly an early voting location for the weekend before.
I don't know if I want to do that.
You want to have the 26th? I think it would reduce the cost too.
I don't know if I would be supportive of a scenario that reduced the polling sites. Or I guess if,
I'm not saying that we're reducing the precincts. I'm saying that certain precincts, for example, the ones that used to go to Ezel Hester that went to Temple Beth Kodesh, we would kind of group the precincts together, and having, instead of 26 precincts, almost 20 different polling locations in the city, to have it closer to 12, where you have 3 bigger ones that are more or less government buildings, rather than all the different schools and churches and other nonprofit organizations, so that it's more of a city election at city facilities, rather than trying to spend all the funding to make sure that we have the same thing that the county does, because we normally receive a lot less ballots for just a municipal race. But
gotcha.
And so I'd like to, I know that Kristel's coming back, so we'll wait to hear what she says, I believe, regarding next year's election.
Okay. I won't stand in the way of, a discussion on anything, but yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'd be very cautious as well, especially given that 2022 is going to be a major election year as well. I know we're talking about just the municipal in March, but I think if we're doing that and minimizing locations, it just sets a precedent for then if we're going back, ramping back up for the election later on in the year in August, going from 12 back to 20. I think you're just going to confuse voters if they're, if the precincts are available this election but not available that election. It can get rather confusing, in my opinion.
I mean, we have no problem having the meeting in the community room for the July budget hearings. So, but whatever, I'd like to see the proposal to see how much the city would save to have it at a certain number of locations at city facilities per district versus having it the same as the county. Yeah.
Mayor, perhaps I missed something you said in the beginning, but what is the cause of this? Where did this come from? What's the problem?
my main problem is that I'd like to have early voting locations so that people, our residents, have a place to drop off their mail-in ballots. Because if we don't have an early voting location, they would have to go either, I believe, to West Palm Beach or Delray to drop off their mail-in ballots. And so in order to save those funds, it's kind of like we have information about the 2019 race and seeing how many people voted. And it's kind of like, are we going to have a polling location up for only 30, 40, 50 people versus trying to group those polling locations together? Because I know that, you know, in District 2, there's one at Carolyn Sims, there's at St. John's, there's one, used to be one at Ezel Hester, Temple Beth Kodesh. And so rather than having all of those locations, I'm saying, hey, let's just have them at Ezel Hester.
Mayor, to clarify, if what you're saying is that we do early voting, but then we only use certain locations for a 2-week period, and then on election day, we have all of the regular precincts open, just like it would be in any other countywide election, then I'm all for that. But if you're saying on election day, we're changing precincts, I think that's where I would draw the line. So is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Clarify
that is
for me.
exactly what I was saying because of the costs associated with it and the actual voter turnout. But
Then if that's the case, then I'm all for that, because if anything, I feel like you're increasing voter access rather than decreasing it.
early voting location, period. So that is the one thing that I'd like to have, and we'll just have to fund all the additional costs.
Yeah, but what I was saying, I think we were talking over each other, but what I was saying was if that's what you're proposing, that then for me, that sounds like you're increasing access to voting rather than decreasing it. And if that's the case, then I'll support that.
It is too late in the evening. So if there is a proposal, let's just bring it back and discuss it next meeting.
So there's nothing wrong with the way it is. It worked before.
All right.
So let's discuss it later.
All right.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Let's add it to our future agenda item, please. I would like to have this discussion. Thank you.
All right.